antara megahnya alam ini, menikmati indahnya kasih-Mu. Ku rasakan damainya hatiku. Sabda-Mu bagai air yang mengalir, basahi panas terik di hatiku, menerangi semua jalanku. Ku rasakan tentramnya hatiku. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya Padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Bila ku jauh dari diri-Mu, akan ku tempuh semua perjalanan agar selalu ada dekat-Mu. Biar ku rasakan lembutnya kasih-Mu. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya Padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya Padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia, dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya Padamu Tuhan tempatku Terlalu lelah merasakan nikmatnya beban dunia. Angka yang membaru langit abu-abu bukan berarti saat yang tepat untuk dirimu merapu. Saat seluruh duniamu runtuh dan sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, merentak, jiwa hampa, beri mata ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasimu. Cry with their hands on their tummy, with their legs feeling like a spaghetti. The wind that's blowing between us is bringing that kind of pain out of nowhere. Yeah, kang ingat again just ni nalagi itki temone dalam salami kencegwa just no pick your happy yoga obsoleta. Sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merentak, jiwa hampa, beri mata ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasi. We are the innovators.
Salam patriot, gagah, berani, tangguh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kalau ingin sukses, kalau ingin sukses, ingin makin sukses, kuliah di Uniwara. Kampusnya patriot, dosennya humanis. Uniwara jaya terkemuka, Uniwara terdepan dalam prestasi. Ibu bapak sekalian dan saudara-saudara, kalau kita ingin mencari tempat kuliah, mencari kampus di Pasuruan, STKIP PGRI Pasuruan saat ini sudah tidak ada lagi, karena sudah bermetamorfosis menjadi universitas, yaitu Universitas PGRI Wiranegara atau disingkat Uniwara. Uniwara ini lahir tahun 2020 ini bersamaan dengan COVID-19 yang menyebar di seluruh dunia. Insya Allah Uniwara juga akan mendunia, tidak kalah dengan COVID-19. Saudara sekalian, bahwa Universitas Wiranegara ini akan bertekad menjadi universitas yang terkemuka, menjadi universitas yang terdepan dalam prestasi di berbagai bidang, baik itu dosennya maupun mahasiswanya, akan semuanya berprestasi mewujudkan menjadi universitas yang terkemuka, insya Allah, dan akan mendunia. Universitas PGRI Wiranegara ini memiliki harapan ke depan yang ingin membawa mahasiswa, ingin mengantarkan mahasiswa untuk meraih cita-citanya yang tinggi dengan mempersiapkan sebagai generasi bangsa, sebagai patriot bangsa ini, sebagai pejuang dalam kehidupan ini, memiliki karakter, paling tidak 7 karakter yang harus dimiliki. 7 karakter itu, yang pertama adalah jujur. Jujur itu adalah bekal penting karena akan menyelamatkan dia dunia akhirat. Yang kedua, disiplin. Disiplin ini sebagai karakter yang diperlukan ketika seseorang itu bekerja. Dibutuhkan kedisiplinan. Yang ketiga, kerjasama. Kita sekarang tidak bisa lagi bekerja sendiri, harus bekerja sama dengan pihak lain dalam mencapai tujuan. Yang keempat, tanggung jawab. Sebagai wujud kita terhadap konsekuensi keputusan tindakan yang kita lakukan, maka tanggung jawab adalah mutlak bagi kita. Yang kelima ini adalah visioner, ke depan, berpikir ke depan, mewujudkan di masa yang akan datang lebih baik. Yang keenam adalah adil. Sebagai pemimpin harus bijaksana, harus berbuat adil. Perilaku adil itu dibutuhkan bagi masyarakat, bagi orang-orang yang dipimpin. Yang ketujuh adalah peduli. Sebagai sifat sosial, peduli kepada lingkungannya, peduli sesamanya, peduli kepada orang lain dalam memberikan bantuan-bantuan. Bapak dan saudara-saudara sekalian, setelah STKIP berubah menjadi universitas, yaitu Universitas PGRI Wiranegara, maka mandat yang diberikan oleh pemerintah itu menjadi lebih besar lagi, menjadi lebih berat lagi, lebih luas lagi. Sebagai pusat pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta seni, yang hasilnya sebagai penghasil prototipe sebuah produk yang akan bermanfaat bagi kesejahteraan umat manusia, bagi kesejahteraan warga masyarakat bangsa dan negara Indonesia. Salam patriot, gagah, berani, tangguh, Uniwara Jaya terkemuka. Uniwara Jaya terkemuka. Apa tekad kita? Terdepan dalam prestasi.
Please unmute yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending today's event. Please sit tight because the event is about to start. The Honorable Dr. Sugeng Pradipto, MPD, the head of PPLPP PGRI Pasuruan. The Honorable Dr. Daryono, MPD, Director of PGRI Waranegara University. Excellency, the Vice Rector, the Faculty Dean, the Magister Director, the Head of Study Program. Respectable Mr. Muftahul Munir, MPD, the Head of STD PGRI Pasuruan. Respectable the keynote speakers. Unforgettable all the participants and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And let's praise, worship, and thank Allah who has given us a great gift of health, so we can join this event in a good condition. I am Bassam, as the master of ceremony. Would like to give a great appreciation. It is wonderful and precious chance for us standing in front of great people on this occasion.
Singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, Mars Uniwara, Mars PGRI. The third agenda is prayer and remarks from the chairwoman of the event, Mrs. Ilmiatul Rashida. The fourth agenda is opening speech from Universitas PGRI Waranegara, Rector Dr. Daryono, MPD. The fifth agenda is plenary speaker session. The sixth agenda is parallel session. The last agenda is closing speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda is singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, Mars Uniwara, Mars PGRI. Please, all the audience in the hall, stand up and for all the audience attending online, please sit steadily for singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, Mars Uniwara, Mars PGRI. All the audience, please have a seat. Now, moving to the next agenda, which is the traditional dance performance. Let's watch and enjoy Tari Jejer Gandrung Jaran Dawuk.
Salam penghormatan dimulai. Lempar sampur wadon. Sawang sinawang berjai roti awas ya op. Tes toes yop. Oh iya, selamat. Apresi kang nomor 1 ben tekon daung sarta wong unak termeno angkat campur dimulai apr. Pengen telu endase pundake nyang bokong itu angkat sempur sekarang timul apr
re ngalon-alon
pakodon angkat sempur dimulai
Narapunya
ang nomor papat mulai yang kandangnya dek-dek angkat sempur sekali dimulai
What an amazing performance by the dancer. Now, we go to the next agenda, which is the prayer. And it's presented by Mr. Ma'ruf, MPD. To Mr. Ma'ruf, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mari kita berdoa bersama-sama dengan harapan semoga acara hari ini berjalan dengan lancar sampai akhir dan semoga membawa kemanfaatan dan diridhai oleh Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Ala hadin niyatin shalihah. Al-Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa ikafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalalika wajhika 'azimul sultanik. Allahumma a'inna ala dzikrika wa syukrika wa husni ibadatik. Allahumma akhrijna min dhulumatil wahmi wa akrimna binuril fahmi waftah alaina bima'rifatil ilmi. Allahumma aftah alaina futuhal arifin warzuqna fahman nabiyyin wa ilhamal malaikatil muqarrabin birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Wasahhil lana abwaba fadlika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma aftah alaina abwabal khair wa abwabal barakah wa abwabal ni'mah wa abwabal rizki wa abwabal quwwah wa abwabal sihah wa abwabal salamah birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma ja'alna min ahlil ilmi wa ahlil khair wa ahlil amal wa ahlil ikhlas. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuman wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suman birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Hasbunallahu wa ni'mal wakil, ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. آمين آمين يا رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ameen, Ameen. Hopefully, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accepts all our humble prayers. Now, we move to the next agenda, which is remarks from the chairwoman, Mrs. Ilmiatul Rashida. From Mrs. Ilmiatul Rashida, time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. First, we would like to thank the keynote speakers, Radwan Ikarab Sepi, AG from Applied Science University, Kingdom of Bahrain, Rosmi Zabidin, PhD from University Putra, Malaysia, Professor Dr. Kirit Kumar Erbad from Narayan Sastri Institute of Technology, Ahmedabad, India, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Aziz, MAG from Universitas Islam Negeri Sunan Ampel, Surabaya, Dr. Yudi Hari Rayanto, MPD from Universitas PGRI Wiranegara, Pasuruan. Second, to the Committee of the International Conference on Language, Education, and Social Science. Here we would like to report the event achievement. 1. The total number of the article was 37 submission. That number processed into the review selection on the committee is such 28 authors with accepted article. The rest authors are invited to be the presenter of the conference. We deeply appreciate and welcome all presenters to join in the next year Icless. 2. The total participants are 79. The participants are from student and lecturer. We hope both the presenter and participant are happy with the conference. We beg for any mistake, but we have done our best for you all. This is our report. I hope this conference run well. For your attention, thank you.
Thanks to Mrs. Ilmiatul Rashida for the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening speech is delivered by our director, Dr. Daryono MPD. For our director, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Yang terhormat Ketua Badan Penyelenggara Bapak Dr. Haji Sugeng Pratikto MPD, beserta segenap pengurus dan pengawas BPLPB PGRI Pasuruan. Yang saya hormati para keynote speakers, Mr. Radwan Karabsih dari Bahrain, Mr. Profesor Kirit Kumar dari India, Mrs. Rosmita Bidin, PhD dari Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Ali Aziz, MAG dari UIN Surabaya, serta Dr. Yudi Hari Rayanto dari Universitas PGRI Wiranegara. Yang saya hormati para presenter, para partisipan, para hadirin dan undangan yang berbahagia. Mengawali sambutan ini, izinkan saya mengajak hadirin dan kita semua untuk memanjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang telah memberikan kenikmatan, memberikan karunia sehingga kita bisa bersama-sama hadir mengikuti acara International Conference ini. Kedua, kami sampaikan terima kasih kepada para keynote speaker, para partisipan, para presenter, para hadirin, dan para panitia yang telah berkolaborasi menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini sehingga kegiatan ini bisa berjalan dengan baik. Kami merasa bangga atas penyelenggaraan kegiatan International Conference ini. Kegiatan ini merupakan kegiatan International Conference yang kedua yang bisa kita selenggarakan secara daring. Sementara kegiatan International Conference yang pertama kita laksanakan tahun 2017 secara luring. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang saya hormati, penyelenggaraan kegiatan International Conference ini merupakan wujud komitmen dari Universitas PGRI Wiranegara beserta segenap sivitas akademika terhadap upaya untuk pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Melalui kegiatan ini diharapkan muncul analisis kritis terhadap konsep-konsep keilmuan yang sudah ada, lahir pemikiran-pemikiran baru, dan lahir konsep-konsep baru tentang ilmu pengetahuan, khususnya mengenai ilmu kebahasaan, ilmu pendidikan, dan social science. Hadirin yang saya hormati, kami ucapkan selamat mengikuti kegiatan International Conference. Mudah-mudahan kita semua mendapatkan ilmu dan manfaat dari kegiatan ini, dan semoga kegiatan ini bisa berjalan lancar hingga selesai. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to Dr. Daryono for the inspirational speech. Alhamdulillah, the opening ceremony is done, and now I will pass the mic and give it to the moderator of this event to lead the plenary speaker session. To Ms. Dia Anita Pusparini, MPD, time is yours. And thank you from me.
Check. Okay. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, dear all the audiences of this international conference on language, education, and social science held by Universitas PGRI Wiranegara, Pasuruan, Indonesia. Welcome to all the participants, and I would like to say thank you for all the presenters also that will join and present their articles later after this plenary session. We will have 2 sessions of the plenary session. The first session will be presented by 3 speakers. Dr. Yudi Harirayanto, the one sitting next to me. And the second is Professor Dr. Kirit Kumar R. Pal from Narayan Sastri Institute of Technology, India. And the third is Mr. Radwan A. Karapsheh, PhD. But unfortunately, there is an accident happened to Mr. Radwan A. Karapsheh, so there will be only 2 speakers for this first session. The first session, the first speaker will be presented by Mr. Dr. Yudi Harirayanto, MPD. Is an assistant professor in educational technology, Universitas PGRI Wiranegara, and he had her doctoral degree in 2016 from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. And since 2001 up to the present time, he is a lecturer at Universitas PGRI Wiranegara. He is so active in composing textbooks and sending articles in international journal as well as the national journal. His latest textbooks is the Epistemologi Pembelajaran. Is it true, right, sir? In the year 2022. Okay, well, for this first presentation, I will give you 30 minutes to present your presentation. Okay, time is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Is it okay if I stand up in front of you all, because it is not customary for me for sitting there all the time. It is really hard for me for sitting beside Miss Cynthia. Yeah. Therefore, I would like to say thank you for all of you. It is a great honor, honestly, to you, and for me also, especially for me. It is a great honor for giving kind of wonderful materials for all of you. Okay, can you show me the slide? Display the slide for the first. You know, the article which I share to all of you is about student perception. Student perception in adapting and adjusting subject matter throughout the learning class. It is so wonderful when I have it in my mind for giving kind of this material before, because you know it is really hard for all students for adapt, and adjust. During pandemic 19, shifting kind of teaching material for all the lecturers and also the teachers, it is hard for all teachers implemented all the materials, because you know adapting and adjusting the material for all the students, it is not easy. Therefore, during the pandemic 19, it has to be kind of strategy. It has to be kind of strategy for all of us to change or shift the teaching strategy. Not only the teaching strategy, honestly, but also the method and the skill or technique. Therefore, when the pandemic occurred, all of us lecturers, honestly, and also the teachers must find another alternative. That's why, because the practitioners, lecturers, and teachers accustomed to teaching through face-to-face, or we can call it by face-to-face learning strategy in conventional way, I think all the teachers, practitioners are very familiar for practicing or implementing the strategy. But when the pandemic occurred, I think it is kind of a big duty for all of us, because if the teaching and learning activity conducted through our beautiful home, I think there can a lot of burden. There can a lot of burden for our students for adapting and the knowledge especially. Moreover, how can we have another alternative? So it is a must for all us to shift to be kind of blended learning. Remember, blended learning, it is kind of approach. It is approach for all of the lecturers, practitioners can to be taken forward for making our teaching and learning activity run smoothly. How? I think there are many kinds of sources telling us about blended learning. Blended, it is kind of what? Mixing something to be one. So the teaching strategies, one day in offline, one day in online, one day in offline, one day in online, or ups and down probably, one day online, one day offline. It depends on us. It depends on all of us. It depends on us which is better for all of us to be taken. It could be online first or offline first. But you know, because nowadays is pandemic is almost over, and the regulations still to be taken in blended. But hopefully someday when pandemic is really over, we can do kind of teaching and learning activity in offline, not online any longer, not on any longer, not blending any longer, but truly wholly in offline. Now our my research is it was taken in our beautiful university. It came from two departments. For the first is English study program and also computer study program. The total number respondents is 56. You know, it is not easy actually, because you know when I distributed the questionnaire, because the questionnaire is the only instrument that I provide to all the students. There were 9 indicators. Should be filled by all of the all the students. English study program and also computer study program. When they all already fill it out by giving clue or cross the number, and also the students, 56 students must give the essay answer during the pandemic, during offline and online. Here, the method when I already obtained all the data, all of them calculated well, and the result is so wonderful. The result is so wonderful. You know, from the number, from the result. So display the second slide here. For the first figure, it shows that during pandemic, all students university were really serious. Joining of teaching learning activity. Strongly agreed 64%, 36 students, and 35% or 20 students agreed joining seriously in teaching and learning activity. Whether it is offline, online, they really serious in joining teaching and learning activity. Whatever slide. And the second figure, both online and online, also 35.7% strongly agreed, 20 students strongly agreed, and 36 students agreed. It means that all students during the lectures did kind of teaching learning activity, they all together were really serious on joining. So I think it is not doubtful any longer for maintaining and convincing that our students are really serious. And then when I give kind of another figure, this one is during kind of learning class, the students strongly agreed that they're really serious in joining offline, but in online, in the figure 3, the third figure, only 10 students strongly agreed in online. Remember, only 10 students strongly agreed joining online teaching learning activity. But we can see in the fourth figure, in all offline learning class, strongly agreed 22 students. Remember, so when we are trying to compare between joining online and offline, all the students strongly agreed to joining learning activity in offline learning class. There are 22 students, and then agreed 24, but in the online only 21 students agree. So in this result, it can be concluded honestly, actually, that whether they really like joining both online and offline, but honestly, the students are more enjoyable joining in offline class because there were 22 students. Remember, 22 students. It means that 39.28% like joining in offline class. But remember, it is so ridiculous, honestly, when I calculated the data, there were 19 students didn't give kind of answer. Didn't give kind of answer. 90 students for joining online, and also 10 students in offline learning class. I do not know whether they really understood or not about the question, but there's no response, honestly, from 10 students on offline learning and 19 students in online learning. Another slide. The third slide. The question number 5. Yeah, the question number 5. Well, it is not really wonderful for giving only kind of statement in adapting, adjusting the knowledge of the students when they join the learning activity. I wanna convince myself whether it is true that whether the students really got kind of percentage of in adapting, and adjusting of knowledge. So I distributed the questionnaire, and in the figure 5, you know, when I write how far the students got the percentage of the knowledge during joining the class in online and offline. And then I divide into 3 criteria. For the first is percentage starting from 10 until 50%, and then 51 until 75%, and the last one is until 100%. Yeah, and then it shows that in online learning, for students convincing themselves that they only got knowledge from the subject matter toward learning in online class. For students believe and strongly agree that they only got 10 until 50%. Remember, only for students, when they join of online learning class, they got knowledge 10 until 50%. 50%. And then 11 students agreed that they got 10 until 50. And what about the others? What about the others? 50 until 51 until 75%, only 6 students, remember, only 6 students strongly agreed, and 23 students got agreed, 20 students agreed that they got 51 until 75% in joining learning class, And you know, in percentage 76 until 100, only 4 students getting knowledge starting from 76 until 100%, only 4 students strongly agreed. Remember, 4 students strongly agreed getting knowledge in adapting, adjusting knowledge, only 4 students. Starting from 76 until 100, and only 1 student agreed. So when we are trying to compare, with the offline learning, I think probably we can guess it. We can guess that probably offline learning, which will be bigger the result or not. And here is the student achievement of represented in adapting, and adjusting subject matter knowledge through offline learning class. Remember, only 1 student strongly agreed that they got 10 until 50% in offline learning. In offline learning, they one student strongly agreed getting the knowledge starting from 10 until 50%. What about another students? Take a look in the next slide. Here, 50 until 75%, 7 students believe they strongly agree they got knowledge starting from 51 until 75. But you know, in the figure 10, wow, offline learning is really different. It's getting higher, or probably the highest strongly agreed. 14 students strongly agreed. But when we are trying to compare with online, only 1 student. But in the offline, 76 until 100%, 14 students strongly agreed that they got knowledge in adapting, and adjusting the knowledge or the subject matter. And then and also 11 students. Only 4 students didn't believe it. Getting kind of knowledge in adapting, adjusting in 76 until 100%. So we can assume that from whether our students were serious in joining online and offline learning activity, or we can call it as the blended learning activity. But honestly and truly, the students are more enjoyable joining the learning activity in offline learning activity. although they also enjoy on learning online learning activity. But I'm trying to believe in myself. I'm trying to believe myself whether they write or give a clue in joining of online learning activity enjoyable, whether, yeah, because it is kind of pressure, probably because it is kind of pressure for all students to join kind of online learning activity, because they didn't have kind of another alternative for joining kind of learning activity. So it is a must probably for students to join in online learning activity. But honestly, from this result, it can be seen that honestly offline learning activity is still powerful. It's still the highest for receiving or getting of knowledge in adapting and adjusting the knowledge from the subject matter. Ladies and gentlemen, for all the audience and also the practitioners, from adapting, adjusting, also I share kind of how can our is with socialize with their friends when they join in online and offline. It's just that students for feeling challenging in joining online, they assume that strongly agree 23 students strongly agree they feel relaxed in joining online. So there were 20 students strongly agreed they felt relaxed in joining online. In joining online learning, they felt relaxed. 23 students and 27 agreed. So, online, all of us already knew the online learning activity. Our students can leave their face. Our students can leave their face in the screen, or whether they can see it as they want. They can go to anywhere, so they can do anything in online learning activity, in online learning. But in offline, students challenging in joining offline. There were 23 students similar with the online. The online feel relaxed, 23 students, and offline feel challenging joining the learning activities, 23 students similar with the online. And then the difference is students feel challenging in offline is 30 students. 32 students feel challenging. So when we try to edit 55 students really like joining in offline, feel challenging joining the teaching and learning activity in offline, not in learning, not in online, because there were only 23 students feel relaxed, feel that probably there is kind of a teaching activity because they can do anything with their own home, with their own activity probably. And then another slide. Here, for making kind of relationship in offline learning activity, strongly agreed that in making relationship during the teaching and learning activity in offline activity, strongly agreed 43 students, yeah, 43 students, and then agreed 12 and disagree 1 student. So it can be concluded that offline learning is still to be the highest, that offline learning can make kind of strong relationship between or among them all. Yeah, but in online only 18 students strongly agreed. Yeah, Icless, 18 students and 24 students, and strongly disagree for students. Yeah, so still that offline learning to be the highest, offline learning to be the highest, still to be the highest, whether we have to join online learning, but offline learning to be the highest. And then based on the result of commenting the students here, commenting from the students whether blended learning is okay or not, starting from uh, number 3, commenting prefer offline for the students, offline learning strategy, 13 students, and then commenting prefer online only students. Remember, prefer online teaching strategy 2 students, and then commenting prefer offline 13 students. So still the highest, yeah, still the highest. The students prefer joining learning activity offline in 13 students, online only 2 students. And then what about a blended learning class? 8 students stated that blended learning class was less effective. And then commenting that blended learning was effective, 21 students. Yeah. Blended learning still effective. And then there were 21 students stated that blended learning class was effective, and less effective 8 students. Commenting by giving other statement was 2 students, and not clear one student. So it is concluded that still offline learning the highest one, is still the highest one. We can deny that face-to-face teaching strategy or conventional way in teaching strategy still the highest. So whether there are a lot of application, whether there are still many application can be taken by all practitioners, lecturers, and teachers, but still offline learning strategy, conventional way is still the best one. I think what I want to share to you as the probably the latest knowledge can be granted well, and then we can have kind of a discussion after this. Thank you, Mrs. Dia. I'll give it back to you.
Okay, thank you so much for Dr. Yudi. And the second speaker will be given by Dr. Kirit Kumar Bath. Are you there, sir?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. Absolutely, I'm here only. Am I audible? Am I audible? Hello?
Hello, yes, you are audible.
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Kirit Kumar Bath is from Narayan Sastry Institute of Technology, India. He got his PhD in 2013 in the field of electronics engineering, and he got many awards, and the 2 of it that I noted here is the Award of Honor for Innovative Professor in the year of 2021, and also the Honor of Excellence by TIP Community in 2021. Okay, to Dr. Kirit Kumar, time is yours. You have 30 minutes to present your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Greetings to all the participants from India, and I'm very much thankful to PGRI Varanagara University and Dr. Dayono, Dr. Nonik, and other conference organizing committee for giving me an opportunity to share my views here. As I am from the engineering side, I will like to share my views about the recent technological advancement and how the technology and engineering will be impact to our routine life. But before that, I would like to share my other views how we Asian countries can contribute more to the world. We Asian countries are almost full of population. I believe that population, it is a dense of population, and our youth is now passing through the very young age across the globe. I mean, the average age of our youth is 29 to 32 years. So there are two things for the Asian countries. We have the opportunities as well as we have the responsibilities also. We Asian countries can become a big hub of the manpower, skilled manpower. And this skilled manpower we can supply to whole of the world, maybe to the advanced economic countries. I believe that only those country will be a strong one, and those economies will be strong, having a very skilled youth. And now it is absolute time to focus on our skill development programs for our youth, because if youth is employed, if youth is full of a skill, then I believe that our countries are stronger and it is very safe. We have opportunities because our youth can able to work with various countries, and responsibilities that we have to develop some academic ecosystem through which the skill develop our youth can acquire the skills. I have studied many education system of our Asian countries. The existing education system provides the knowledge, provides the school. I have no reservation about that. But we don't have the idea whether this is skill and the knowledge what our youth is getting is really in line with the demand of the industries, really in line with the demand of the market, whether they can able to compete the competitive market, global market, they can withstand the global advancement or not. Probably this is where there is a gap and we need to address that. And this gap is because of that academic leaders usually are not involving the industry professionals and the recruiting agencies to define the curriculum and instructional material, so that we are failing in producing that much skill what we are looking into our youth. And I believe that no country in this world that exists which can provide 100% employment to their youth. But yes, we have the opportunity, we have the youngest generation across the Asian countries, and we can be a skilled manpower hub. I am very delighted to say that this conference is organized by the PGRI Varanagara University, which is multidisciplinary. As an engineer, we usually deal with the multidisciplinary task, but our education system is and the syllabus is revolving around the monodisciplinary education system, which may need to correct in a right way. Some of the technical examples I will take and I will explain you. Then afterwards, I will throw some light on recent technological advancement and how the engineering has brought sophistication in our life. Let us take an example of two-wheelers, evolution of the two-wheelers. Earlier, two-wheeler or development first model is just a two-wheeler. It's just a vehicle. It's just a transportation equipment, nothing more than that. But then afterwards, what has came into the market. And earlier, mechanical engineer can take care of this development of the just a transporting vehicle, but now there are many criteria that are taken care into that: the complete balancing of the vehicle, safety standards, their fuel efficiency, environmental concern, their other sensors which usually a driver needs to take increase the safety of the vehicle. And that is why only a mechanical engineer will not be a sufficient skill for development of the most demanding or the successful model of the vehicle. Hence, we have to incorporate the knowledge from various domains, and that is why multidisciplinarity is come into the picture. So now it is a time to develop the idea of working in a team, working in a multidisciplinarity way, adopting those methods, and that will bring the fantastic outcome. I believe so. There are many such technologies that can be discussed, but it is I'm fortunate to have only 30 minutes, and we need a series of such lectures. I also believe that the participants here are from various fields, so I am not getting into the actual engineering approaches as well as the mathematics and science behind that, but I am giving you the top view or the overall view of various technological advancement, and I will let you know how it has impacted our life and how it brings the how it has made our life so beautiful. First of all, we will discuss the intelligent sensor and wireless sensors networks. In many countries, especially in my country, India, temperature ranges right from 40 degree to 44, 46, 45, 46 sometime. But the farmers who are giving working for us, and they are providing the food to us. We all are, we officers, we are sitting in the AC chambers, but we are not taking care of our farmers. Who will think about it? As a technocrat person, whenever we are developing anything, we have a first concern that the technology should be cheapest one. It should reach to the end man of the society, and it should bring comforts in the life of the end man too. So a farmer who is working in the farm at the 42 degree, 43 degree temperature, instead we engineers have find out certain ways. So by sitting into his control chamber or by under the fan or in the AC room, he can control the complete, he can keep complete eye on his farm, and he can take care of it. When the temperature sensors are there, water sensors are there, moisture sensors, humidity, air quality, lot of sensors other can be can be planted on the field, and that will receive, that data will be received either by the base station or maybe through satellite link also we can establish this. And then afterwards through internet we receive the completely analyzed data, and we can come to know what is the temperature of the soil, and as per the specific requirement of the crop, we can open the valve or we can close the valve whether water is not required. So that automatic system can possible, and we can bring the sophistication in the life of the farmers. Another example of this wireless sensor networks that has a lot of opportunities: agriculture, medical, instrumentation, factories and offices, automations, automotive and transportation, telecommunication, and structural fatigue monitoring. If you see this picture here, through mobile, so many things can be controlled, and I mean wearable devices you can use. You can manage your fitness, you can check your emotions also, and the effect of emotions on your hearts and heartbeats and whatnot. When you are going for walking or running, you can have complete calculation of your energy consumption, how many steps you have walked down and whatnot. For security concern, you can have the system electronic lock on your door, and you can whenever someone is visiting your house, when you are not at the house or only children are at the home, then only a finger by using the fingerprint recognition, message will go to the owner of the house, and if owner will permit, then and then somebody can open a house and whatnot. So this is what the safety and security, as well as the um, the kind of a sophistication brought into the picture. Wherever you go, whenever you go, you can enjoy your mobility, but at the same time you can enjoy the your virtual availability within this world anywhere. One of the, very shortly, I believe that we will be we will have to have smart cars or intelligent car and intelligent highways, because my dear professor friends and participants, I have analyzed that day by day number of vehicles are increasing on the road, so number of accidents are also increasing, and as population grows up, people are also developing, the demand of vehicles are increasing, so our highways are going to be danced in coming days. I believe that by 2038 to 40, we must have smart highways. Otherwise, we will lose the lives of so many legendary people, many our businessmen, or we can say people who are really contributing to the nation. We need a safety critical system within the car, electronic stability control, rollover, and whatnot. I have listed down. Drivers are, see, in the professional drivers, they are taking less sleep, so sometimes we have to have a car which keeps check on that. Now you see this picture, this is a smart highway, and smart cars, I mean smart vehicles. All vehicles are censored, highways are censored, so no vehicle can come to particular range near to the any of the vehicle, so there is no question of the forehead collision, or I mean any kind of collision we can avoid by using the technology, by using the sensor, and we will definitely enjoy maybe within 10 years or so such kind of highways and the vehicles. I mean, it will be forced to the human beings to use such kind of vehicles. It is in the testing phase only right now, so shortly it will be implemented across the globe. Another fantastic application that technology can contribute anywhere, a mobility of a doctor and patient can be enjoyed. Patient can go anywhere, doctor can be anywhere, but yet there is a third eye always be kept on the health of the patient, so the life can be increased, life can be saved of the patient. Many wearable devices and sensors can be implemented in the body of the patient. That senses will transmit it to through the transmitter, and it will be received by the local server. Then afterwards, through internet, it will send to the software which will manage the those data as input, and then afterwards it will analyze it. It will find out the issues, and correct condition of a patient will be reported to the doctor. This is the beauty of the technology, and complete health of the patient will be managed by the doctor by sitting remove. Earlier, we have observed that doctor has to visit or patient has to visit to hospital, and by that time we may lost the life of the important person. But nowadays, doctor will issue the instruction. You can or a patient can take a pill, or many primary treatment can be started on the basis of those inputs. So this is how the healthcare sector can be taken care by the technology. It is already implemented and it is functional as of now. Another thing, when we talk about safety of the vehicle and safety of the life of the driver, then it is also require that when the driver is suffering from some cardiac arrest while he is driving, in Bombay itself, last year, the cases reported are more than 4,000. The loss of life because of cardiac arrest, and a driver himself is suffering from the cardiac arrest. Then afterwards, a vehicle become completely uncontrolled, and that has again become a cause for accident for other vehicles, surrounding vehicles. So to cope up this situation, the car sensors are developed there. If car itself is find and recognize such kind of symptoms of the driver, then there are fixed 2 to 3 locations already given to the car, and car itself will drive to those locations, nearby location. That kind of car is already defined, and probably India will enjoy such cars maybe within 8 to 10 months in the market. So these are the smart technologies. Another thing, we have to switch to alternate energy sources, solar and wind. We will compel to move to that because our traditional resources, what we are using, that is about to come to the end within short period of time. Fuel cell, one of the fantastic technology. You know, we all are using the mobile phones, but there is a still problem in mobile phones. There may be we can have the different features and different models of the mobile phone, but there is a limitation of the battery. Every day or every alternate day, we have to recharge our mobile phones. That directly means that battery technology has reached to its saturation level. My vision and my perception towards a mobile phone is that I will purchase a mobile phone, I will charge it for once, and it should work for 10 years, 20 years, even though I work for 24 hours. This is what is my perception, my vision. Now, battery is there, rechargeable batteries, but still there is another thing. To recharge is we need a charger, we need electricity, and the most important constraint is we need a time to recharge our mobile phone. Suppose if I am going for a trekking to the Mount Everest and I am coming back after 1 month, what will happen to me, because I will lose the mobility. So fuels, I have another vision that there should be injection sort of thing. We can just give the injection, and within a second or few minutes, battery should be recharged through chemical reactions or whatnot. And fuel cells are working like that, and shortly it will be in the market also. Another thing is smart grid and smart meters. Robotic automation, we all must have observed this technology. We must have enjoyed here, because visiting industries is my regular routine. In many automated and continuous production plant I have visited, and we have witnessed those things. Artificial intelligence is going to be a fantastic feature now onwards, and without that, I give you one example. in cross-border terrorism or the border issues, I mean conflicts, normally the country observed, where there is a one-to-one conflicts, many times we have seen across the globe. Instead of that, if robots are placed and they are controlled through bunkers, what a fantastic thing. We can save the lives of our beloved soldiers. So that is what the technology, and it is now implementable. Artificial intelligence, and then artificial intelligence is working as a team member with the human beings. That goes to a deep learning. When there is a precisions are to be taken care of in continuous production plant, suppose there is a hole is required to be 0.5 mm, by human being or manually it is not possible, but accuracy comes with the artificial intelligence. So those kind of robots can make our life a very fantastic life. Advances in wireless sensor network technology and system of systems technology will allow robots and machine to work in a team to accomplish higher level tasks. Higher level task means when there is a lot of mathematics, lot of physics rules are to be taken care of, lot of mathematics are required to be analyzed as well. When if you take an example of a circuit development, suppose this lady is verifying the circuits and making some mistake, but robot can guide them, because already the rules and regulations are fed to the robot that how it should be taken care. So this teamwork brings absolute outcome. There is no point of making any mistake, and there is 100% output. I mean, it can increase the efficiency and the ability of the system. There are many such applications where the robotics can be useful. Search and rescue, search and destroy, like somebody has planted a bomb in a mall. If a police department receive the information that there is a bomb is implemented, but exact location is not defined, our robots can find it out within a fraction of second, and they can sense it, they can destroy it. So we can save the life of our policemen also. Medical instrumentation, assistive and rehabilitative application, many home automations and applications can be taken care by robotics. Robotics is a very wide field, and in concluding, I can say that robots will be the next helper to the human beings. This is a fantastic application, and through which we all are aware and we are working with these days. Each and every entity can be trackable and traceable in this world. So any kind of movement, it may be physical or maybe digital, it can be trackable and traceable. Probably the best example is Osama bin Laden and Al Zawahiri, what the America has did within couple of days back. Each device is being connected through the networks, through the particular frequency to the satellite, and satellite is here directly connected with the base stations. It provides constant database, whatever we want to track and whoever about we want to see the positions, the satellite will give the database to the base stations. Base stations will then afterwards forward it to the local servers, and from local servers the experts will receive the database and they can manage accordingly. So all vehicles are traceable, every person is traceable. School going children, if you want to track your school going children, you can, your aeroplanes and whatnot. So this is what the technology has bring the changes in our life, and this is how it has bring the sophistication, and probably we are enjoying all that. Here is some concluding remarks I would like to address this gathering. Technology will change our life and the way we conduct our day-to-day activities. Very obvious. If we compare ourselves with our ancestors, we will find the differences. Major technology breakthrough will be interdisciplinary. Uh, Everyone should please make a note that interdisciplinarity is going to be next future for the country. Those country who are developing the concept of working with the team, working with interdisciplinarity, that will definitely going to take care of the country, and it will increase the strength of the country. Engineers, scientists, and technologies will need to be trained with depth as well as the breadth. Learning to work in a team will be the paramount importance now onwards. As I already told you, verbal and written communication is very essential. And suppose if I develop the fantastic vehicle or fantastic mobile phone, but if it is costing $10 million, how many people will afford? That is a question. So whatever development we bring into the technological world or any application, we should take care of the cost effectiveness so that it can reach to it. It should be affordable to the end of the society. And technology will affect our future in as yet unimagined way. So the best way to predict the future is to invent it. Invent yourself. And this is what probably my time is also completely, I am in time. I am very much thankful to all the authorities, higher authorities, and the conference team, especially Dr. Nonik and Dr. Dariano, for giving me an opportunity to address the gathering. And I am sure people might have enjoyed this new window of the technological world. Thank you. Thank you very much. My email address is already given. If anyone have any query, question, they can definitely write directly to me. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much,
Over
Dr.
to you.
Kirit Kumar. It's a very interesting presentation about technology, which can change our lives. Okay,
Thank you, ma'am.
for all the participants or other presenters who have questions to our two speakers, the first to Dr. Yudi Harirayanto MPT and the second to Dr. Kirit Kumar Arpath, you can raise hand from your Zoom application, and then we will call your name and you can say your question. The operator, maybe there's question from the chat column.
Anyone can raise the questions.
Mm. You can go up, okay.
Somebody is asking something, probably not audible. I am not. I think there is nothing in the chat box also. If there is no question, we can conclude, madam.
No questions. You can type your questions in the chat box from your Zoom application, dear participants, or maybe Dr. Yudi.
Achmand Kifi named professor some. He has some query. I think he raised the hands, but your mic is muted, sir. Your mic is muted. Achmand Kifi.
Is anyone raising hands?
Dr. Achmand Kifi is asking for.
What's the name? The operator, maybe you can help to unmute the participant.
Let us unmute everyone.
Yes. Ahmad Kifi. Ahmad Kifi, yes. Yes. You can unmute, sir, so you can say your question directly.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I want to ask just one question, especially for the first keynote speaker. Yeah, as you explained earlier about the preference about the learning class between online and offline, and just now I saw only the calculation, a number of percentage. It is also almost the same with my material. Can you give me the process of the calculation about from the formula, yeah, and then equal blah blah blah. So the result is, for example, 7% point percentage. Only give me the process of one calculation from the formulation. Is it clear? Hello?
Clear.
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thanks.
Only one question to the first.
Only one question, I think so.
Show me the slide, yeah. The slide. Tunjukkan display.
You want to answer directly?
Okay.
Dr. Yudi, okay.
Okay. Thank you for Mr. Ahmad Kifi. It is a wonderful question, honestly. You know, the total number of respondents, 56 students. And then it is really hard, honestly, for calculating all the item of numbers from the questionnaire given to all students. But it is kind of the easiest one, honestly, from the questionnaire, because from all the total number of respondents, 56, and then divided percentage 100% with the questionnaire which chosen by the students. I cannot show you because I only show you about this result, yeah. But in this method, probably you can see from the slide, the method here. I use kind of the Likert scale. This one is when the students give kind of strongly agree, I gave 4, and then agree 3, disagree 2, and strongly disagree 1. Yeah, and then all the item of the questionnaire from the indicators all are calculated well. But you know, probably I will send you later, yeah, probably about how I calculated all. But because I only provide you with one slide, the poster, so I can show you how calculated the items, sir. Yeah, but believe me that the result of this research is truly original, because I took them all really amazing with all of my students, especially from English study program and also computer study program, sir. Yeah, and then the result. Honestly, blended learning is still effective. Yeah, blended learning still effective, but truly, our students believe it themselves that offline learning is still the highest one. They choose that offline learning to be still the best, although blended learning must be chosen as still effective to be conducted by all lecturers and practitioners. But remember, because it is pandemic, so we have to conduct kind of learning activity through blended learning. So later on, after the pandemic is over, probably we have to do kind in offline learning wholly. But it is undeniable that blended learning in this pandemic still effective? I think that is what can I say share to you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, is that answering your question, Pak Ahmad Kifish?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
The next question, I have a question from our online participant to Dr. Kirit. We know that the technological development grows so fast. What is your suggestion for the millennials not to be consumptive in facing the growth of technologies? Do you get the question, Dr. Kirit?
You was not audible for some time. I could not get you. What do you want to say?
Okay, let me
Now
repeat the
your question, your voice is clear now.
Okay. One question from our offline participant. We know that the technological development grows so fast. What is your suggestion for the millennials not to be consumptive in facing the growth of technologies? Do you get the question?
Yet again, I could not listen you. What is the next suggestion for millennium where technology can?
Not to be consumptive in facing the growth of technologies.
Your voice is not. I'm losing your voice.
Okay, what is your suggestion for the millennials not to be consumptive in facing the growth of technologies? Is it audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but I can judge you. Sometime I lost your voice, but I think somebody want to know what is the suggestion for the next millennium as far as the technology concern.
Yes.
Madam, I personally suggest you, people believe that those countries are safe these days having nuclear bombs, but I have different idea. A person who is sitting in a room, and if he can able to he is able to exploit your banking system, or we can say your electricity system, the complete country will be bankrupted. So now, what is the use of the nuclear bomb? It is remain as it is in the wherever it has been stored. But hackers might have hacked complete banking system of the country. The country will be finished automatically, and it will not cost much to the hacker. Only need expertise. So in coming days, those country will survive. Those country will be strong countries having a very innovative people and creative people. Let us take an example of the Yahoo. Yahoo is the first email developer, email communication developer, platform developer. But nowadays, Google has taken over because they are the innovative people. There are so many people, Kodak, Sony, cameras, even many examples. They could not able to withstand in current competitive environment just because they could not bring innovations and the creativity into their operations. So next era will be such kind of era, people who who are able to provide innovative as well as the quick solutions to the global challenges. Innovative solution, quick solution, acceptable solution by using the available resources, by using the limited resources what you have. That will be the best part of the coming life for the people. Or otherwise, countries will face really issues to become a strong country or the safe country. This is what I believe. No technology is, we can say it is a good or bad or something. Everything is very fantastic in its own time. But thing is that day to day newer innovations, you have to train your people only those countries will be strong countries which train their people with the particular skills, required skills, and they are able to dynamically shift from technology to technology, skill to skill, as per the demand set. This is what I can say, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question, raising hand from Sri Jayantini. Jayantini, okay, you can unmute and then deliver your question. Say your name and your institution.
Yeah. Thank you, moderator.
I am doc. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
I am Dr. Kirit Kumar Bhatt. Kirit Kumar Bhatt. Kirit, K-I-R-I-T, Kirit Kumar Bhatt. Kirit is the Sanskrit name, and the meaning of the name is the crown.
Oh.
What the king is wearing, that is crown. Kiritam Dharyati. That is a meaning. And my institute is Narnarayan NSIT Jetalpur, which is near to Ahmedabad city. I am residing in Baroda city, but I am daily commuting as my institute has provided a car and the driver. Anything else?
Yes. Okay, dear Sri, you can.
Okay.
You can say your question.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Absolutely, absolutely, you are.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Sri Jayantini from Bali. I'm going to address my questions to the two speakers. Thank you for the great presentations. My appreciations to you, to Dr. Yudi and Dr. Kirit Kumar. Allow me to ask question first to Dr. Yudi. Right? It is a very great presentations to know your research. I would like to go further to the research methods that you are applied in your study. Is it possible to tell us more about the quality aspect in your study? Because I'm more about I'm deepen my understanding to qualitative study. So I would like to know in what side the qualitative study can be applied into your study. And the second question is for Dr. Kirit Kumar. My background on knowledge on the knowledge of language. So can you give some inspirations perhaps how to adapt the innovative research in terms of language study? Perhaps you know,
Madam, I already in my concluding remark, I have already asked that verbal and the oral, written communication is must for everyone. It is must for everyone globally now. See, after the internet, the world is not. It becomes very small. You cannot. You cannot limited yourself to your country or to your region only. You have to communicate, you have to associate with many other people, with many other countries, and that is only possible if you have good communication skills. See, this is the era of networking. Network extension is the biggest deal now onwards. Those people will be successful people who will have a better network, who can easily associate with the diverse people with a diversity in their culture, diversity in language, diversity in their countries and regions and all. So no doubt you may be connected with any of the language, but one should know at least one local language. Another is to deal at your national level language, and another language with which you can withstand with the world in coming time. So this is what my suggestion to you. One should have complete command over the three type of languages if there is a difference. One, English is definitely bring you to a very greater heights. But it is not compulsory, but I am sure that we have the command over the English, you will surely grow to a different orbit. So this is what my suggestion
Thank you, sir.
for the linguistic development.
Thank you, sir, for the
Thank
answer.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
it
very
is
much.
My lovely opportunity for me for giving kind of my explanation for the research method. Yeah, Mrs. Srijayanti. You know, for the method here, quantitative, yeah, quantitative and qualitative method that I try to make sure that my research can be successful. Here, I use Likert scale. There are 4 categories for Likert scale. For the first is when students give kind of strongly agree, it means that the score is 4 until 1. Strongly disagree. I'll give you the example. When the questionnaire that I share to my students, or the English study program, or probably English, computer study program, the question is, are you serious joining teaching and learning activity? When the students answer or give a 4, it means they strongly agree. Yeah, strongly agree. When part or some of them choose 3, it means agree. Other that, all the data from the chosen from the Likert scale is calculated by using the formula. The formula is the chosen option divided by total respondent. After that, multiply 100%. After that, we can see the result. We can see the result from the slide that I already displayed to all of you. So I think that was for the quantitative. And what about the qualitative? The qualitative is from the questionnaire that I shared to the students. In the bottom of the questionnaire, there is kind of statement. The comment from the students, whether how is the teaching and learning during the blended learning applied by the lecturers. They wrote many things. Yeah, they wrote many things. After that, I selected which one is suitable with the suitable of teaching learning 50-50 during the blended learning. I calculated all until 56 students. And then the result I already displayed to you in my first presentation. I think all of the method that I try to believe it, and I try to make convinced to all my research through the use of quantitative. Yeah, not only the quantitative, but also the qualitative, for making sure that all the students really understood whether blended learning is effective or not in adapting, and adjusting the knowledge during the pandemic 19. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, got it already. Thank you, Pak Yudi. Yeah. Is it optional, or you don't need to go to the interview with the respondent? No.
Yeah, like I already told you, the questionnaire which I distribute to all of my students, there are nine questions.
Okay.
Each question must be selected by not selected, must be chosen by the students by giving the clue whether they strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree. If they choose strongly agree, it means the score is 4. Yeah, that was for counting the Likert scale. And then for the qualitative, I didn't do kind of the interview, but I let my students from 2 departments write what they want to write during the pandemic, during the blended learning class conducted by all the lecturers. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Great.
Thank
Very
you, Sri,
clear.
for the question. And the next participant
again.
who's raising hand is Ibu Nunu Indarti. Ibu
Okay,
Nunu
thank
Indarti.
you,
Okay.
Madam Dia. Thank you for the time given to me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry use two language because my English is not good. I'm sorry. Miss, I'm sitting here to tell you about my references for you, Prof. Kirit Kumar. Thank you very much for joining our event. The existing education systems that provides the knowledge and learning and the style that is acquired by the youth or the demand from the industries and employers. This is a serious mismatch. Hence, a skill development program must be overmatched by establishing synchronization among the labor markets. The manpower recruited with this skill sets and the industry's recruitment in the live effective training program to be conducted. Translate, sistem pendidikan yang ada yang membuktikan pengetahuan dan pembelajaran serta keterampilan yang diperoleh oleh kaum muda, generasi muda saat ini, dan tuntutan dari industri serta pengusaha. Ada ketidaksesuaian ya, yang serius. Oleh karena itu program pengembangan keterampilan harus diatur dengan membangun sinkronisasi antara pasar dan tenaga kerja tentunya. Tenaga kerja yang dibutuhkan itu adalah dengan keahlian atau skill dan kebutuhan industri. Dalam hal ini program pelatihan yang efektif memang dan harus dilakukan. Pertanyaan saya, my questions, who can the training be carried out effectively? Prof. Kirit Kumar. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ibu Nunu, can you clarify the question?
Okay. Who can the training be carried out effectively? Pelatihan yang bagaimana yang efektif itu untuk membangun pembelajaran dan keterampilan yang harus dilakukan oleh generasi muda saat ini. Begitu. Terima kasih.
Okay, you're very welcome. To Dr. Kirit, the question from Ibu Nunu is, how can the training, especially in technology, can build the skills of the youth in this digital era? How can the training can build the skills?
To be precise, one has to skill development. See, planting any plant is an event, but to raise a plant to a tree which gives the fruits, it takes a process. It's a process. So skill development cannot be overnight. It's a process. So I believe that there should be some inputs starts from the school level itself. Our children should start learning in a teamwork, in a communication sort of thing, small mini project, leadership kind of qualities. That programs which bring this kind of qualities has to be taken care right from the school level. I have observed that many graduating students who don't know how the banking system works, they don't know how if I put a check to the bank, how it is getting cleared and how from where the money will comes. Our children don't know how the Galaxy system is working. Instead, if we teach them through some model, they can understand better. Nowadays, earlier teacher was considered to be a source of knowledge, but nowadays it is not the case. Nowadays teachers are just facilitator. Knowledge can be received from Google, can be YouTube, can be books. There are many other options. but teachers should be facilitated now onwards. That is what I personally believe. Okay, they should able to make the students to understand the things actually. It's not the passing of 1 hour or passing of a lecture time in the class and then the matter is closed. It's not to manage the timetable schedule precisely. It is not just a duty now onwards for the teacher. Teachers should have interactive learning material. They should have some sort of assignment through which students can see. My personal experience I am sharing with you. I am the student of a village where my school was conducted under the neem tree, because my father was a farmer. I belong to farmer family. I started that, and my schooling was done in very vernacular medium. When I came to the graduating college, the medium of English was in English. I was facing so much trouble. But then afterwards, systematically we take the steps and we develop. Why not to develop our students instead of our national citizen? Let them become a global citizen. We should inculcate or instill them with the what is the respect and honor and what can be done for peaceful living on the earth. Such kind of capability. See, people might have knowledge, but people may or may not be a good citizen, good person. Osama bin Laden might have a lot of knowledge, but first of all, we are good human being, and that is what we are lacking in this world. Before being a professor, engineer, doctor, or whatever, we may be knowledgeable person, but first of all, we are human beings, and we should have respect for everyone of others. We should have respect for skill and knowledge of the others also. We should not be so arrogant, and these things comes. It is very tough after young age to develop this kind of senses in the students, because we are dealing with the college going students, very young generation, or we can say teenage. But right from schooling, if we take care of such things, I'm sure that country will make a difference, and that will force them to develop the skills. Skills is having a very wide meaning in terms of specific knowledge, in terms of communication, in terms of linguistic control, in terms of how you make a business proposals, how you deal with the other countries. So this is what I believe, ma'am.
Thank you for the answer. Ibu Nunu, do you have any addition, or is that already answering your question?
Okay, Miss. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, thank
hello.
you.
Yeah.
One more question.
Yeah,
Oh,
sir.
Pak
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah, you are welcome.
Pak TV, one
Okay,
more
it's time.
question.
Based on my background, I study in the Faculty of Letters, and then continue with English language teaching. Firstly, I asked only one keynote speaker. It seemed to me that it's not fair. I want to ask the second keynote speaker, Dr. Kriti Kumar, although I don't know.
Oh, thank you very much.
Although I don't know a lot about
I'm so honored,
technology,
sir. I'm so glad.
but I like listening the global news. You know that the development of innovative technology in China is very, very modern, especially about the development in car. A car produced without the driver. Do you know this? Yeah, only depend on the computer. I believe that the price is very expensive. Yeah, which one is safer? Do you think that? Do you think the people will? Do you think the people will accept this technology? Which one is safer?
One minute. Let me finish, sir. you might not aware that once mobile communication per minute was costing me a 20 rupees. 20 Indian rupees per minute mobile communication was costing me. Now it is less than 20 paisa. Believe me. So I already told you, whatever we develop, suppose I develop my fantastic mobile phone and fantastic battery, but if it costs $10 million, who will afford it? And how many people across the world will use it? Technology, we are trained, we are, in fact, we have a subject of optimization of cost, and we are asked to develop anything, but cost is our first concern. Whatever development we bring, it should reach to end man of the society. That is what the engineers are trained for. So today you might be feeling that cars and all these are very costly, but the day come when everyone will afford it, because it is going to be essential in everyone's life. Earlier mobile phone was very costly. You just compare those prices. Nokia 5051 sort of such a big mobile phone, and it was costing so much, a black and white display. But nowadays 5-10,000 is a mobile phone is not only mobile phone. It is your camera, it is your recorder, it is your music player, it is your safety device, it is your bank, it is your what not it is. Mobile phone is now more than computer, sir. So similarly, what the technology comes into the market, you will it has to be available at the affordable cost. Today it may be of a higher cost, but it will come to the its level. Believe me, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think you're Indian. My late elder sister used to listen Indian song, Chukut Chukutai, Tum Hi Ho. Yeah.
We are
Thank you,
honored,
thank
sir.
you.
We are honored.
For your answer. Yeah. Mr. Kirit Kumar, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir. Thank
thank
very
you,
much.
Pak Kivi.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank
Yes.
you.
Any other questions from the participants online? If no, there is one question from the offline participant to Dr. Kirit. If all
Yeah, ma'am.
data can be tracked by the technologies, so how can we save our private data? Especially
Yeah.
as you said that right now the mobile phone is our everything, is in
Yeah.
our mobile phone. So how can we
Very,
save
a
our
very,
private
very,
data?
a very, very pinpointed question, but everything cannot be accessed by everyone. Believe me, everything cannot be accessed by everyone, but yes, there are possibility as far as digital world is concerned. But as attacks are there, hackers are there, then security measures are also there. But one fine morning, if authority decide that this person is doing some criminal activity or he is doing something wrong, and if he or she want to track or trace someone, they are able to. But or otherwise, there's such a huge population who will have such time, and who are you to for which people will have that track mechanism, because it is also cost. Manpower is required, man hours are required, infrastructural facility, digital infrastructure is required. So for common man, I think it is useless to track. It is useless for common man. But yes, when there is a big criminals or something wrong against the country is going on, then definitely government will activate those infrastructures and all that. Or otherwise, for normal man, common man, there is nothing to worry about it. Nobody is going to. I mean, there are certain layer to take permissions to access anyone's data. It is not so easy also. So not to worry much about for a common man, for a person who is following the rules and regulations of the country, or otherwise for criminals and the enemies. Yes, it is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Another question from Rukmaningsi, raising hands. Rukminingsi from Jombang.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay.
You can unmute and then say your question.
Yes. Can you hear my voice?
Yes,
Yeah,
you are
absolutely, ma'am.
audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, Prof. Kirit Kumar.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good, ma'am.
It's very great presentations. But I'm
Thank you.
curious to ask technology dealing with teaching and learning. We know that technology can do many things for learning, but
Yeah.
synchronous and asynchronous. The question is, can the synchronous be replaced fully by technology? It means that in a synchronous learning, we can replace teachers. Without teachers, I mean. So this is, we know that in learning process, we have online learning,
Yeah.
we have synchronous
Uh,
and asynchronous.
absolutely not possible. See, if we really believe in quality of the teaching, teachers cannot be replaced because uh, technology don't understand emotions and the signals which is getting communicated through eyes. One-to-one communication and the emotions what the teacher is transmitting. It digital learning, digital teaching is simply a machine. Machine can produce you the work what you are assigning. You can't give guarantee of efficiency or of outcome. So in any case, see, there are so many books, so many digital platforms, so many Google is available, search engines are available, but still universities and schools are recruiting the teachers. Otherwise, there is no point to recruit. But yes, teachers will never going to be replaced. But every teacher has to understand they have to keep themselves upgraded to remain in the flow. Or otherwise they will be thrown out, because you have to adopt the technology, you have to adopt newer syllabus, you have to teach newer ways, you have to find out the ways, you have to go for publications, you have to read more and more. This is what going to be happen, because competition is going to be very high. So teachers, in short, I can say teachers cannot be replaced by the technology, but yes, teachers has to remain updated for each and every moment for whatever newer development comes in the market. This is what I believe.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Rukminingsih.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's all for
Thank you, ma'am.
the question and answer session for this first session of two speakers. Thanks to Dr. Yudi Harirayanto MPD as the first speaker, and thanks to Dr. Kirit Kumar as the
Thank you, ma'am.
second speaker.
Thank you very much.
Two
Thank
things
you.
that I can conclude from this session is offline learning is still the most effective way in the learning or teaching process. And multidisciplinary is needed to create as well as to enjoy the modern and sophisticated tools in technology, especially in this digital era. But still, we need to be careful with everything in using technology. Thank you to Dr. Yudi and thank you to Dr. Kirit for this session. And
you,
give
ma'am.
applause to the two speakers, virtual applause. And next for the, okay, we go on to the next session after this one. Welcome back to the second session of International Conference in Language, Education, and Social Science. So for this second section, we will have one speaker that is Professor Rosmiza Bidin from Malaysia. Are you there, ma'am?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Rosmiza Bidin. She is the senior lecturer in University Putra Malaysia since 2016 up to the present time, but she's teaching in the University of Putra Malaysia since 1992. Her expertise is in strategic communication, corporate identity, image and reputation, health communication, and media technology. She has many awards and activities in the education field. The latest development is she is the director of MOA with the UNICEF and University Putra Malaysia in the field of health communication for development program. How are you today, Dr. Rosmiza?
I'm good, thank you very much. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, okay.
Are you ready with the presentation?
Yes, please, thank you.
You have 30 minutes to present, and after that, we will have the question and answer with the participant.
Thank you.
Okay, time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good afternoon. In Malaysia it's afternoon here, but in Indonesia it is still morning, yeah? It's 11 there. In Malaysia it's already 12 past 7. Okay, yang dimuliakan Bapak Rektor Universitas and also committees of the conference and also respected speakers and hadirin dan hadirat yang saya muliakan, apa kabar semuanya? Terima kasih kerana telah menjemput saya untuk menyampaikan sedikit bahan ya, hasil daripada penyelidikan. Okay, so which language should I use? Bahasa Indonesia. I think I will try to use Bahasa Indonesia mixed with English. Boleh ya?
Yes, boleh.
Okay, ya, kerana saya juga selalu memberi deliver talk di Malang, Universitas Negeri Malang. So eventually I brush up my skill in Indonesian language from time to time. So ya, alhamdulillah hingga kini bisa berkomunikasi, menyampaikan talk dalam bahasa Indonesia sepanjang saya berada di Malang. Okay. So insyaAllah ya, nanti September saya insyaAllah akan ke Universitas Negeri Malang. Jika ada kesempatan, ada masa
Mampir
mungkin.
ke Pasuruan.
Ya, insyaAllah. Try my best. Okay. Right. So I'll be the one who's sharing the screen, yeah?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So,
or you want the operator?
No, it's okay. I think I will share the screen myself. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right, let me make it a full screen. Okay, so actually, sebenarnya this research is a very small research from my big grant. Grant asal adalah terkait understanding on how Europeans perceive our Malaysian palm oil. And actually, when it comes to palm oil, not only Malaysia tapi Indonesia juga antara negara yang teratas ya dalam mengekspor palm oil ke seluruh dunia. So, but in our study we focus on Malaysian palm oil in Europe. So we went to Vienna, we went to Amsterdam, London, and few other countries to collect data on how the European perceive our palm oil. Tapi of course, palm oil ini selalunya akan dipersepsikan sama ada di Indonesia ataupun di Malaysia. Okay, so people perceive the phenomenon of palm oil ni datangnya daripada satu kawasan yang sama jika ianya adalah dari Asia kan. So yeah, so studi yang akan saya presentasikan hari ini adalah very small study derived from that big grant. So di sini student saya, this is actually a very good paper from my undergraduate student and I'm very proud to present this. So he studied how international NGO and Malaysian corporate organisation portray the issue of forced labour. Kan pada tahun sekitar 2017, sekitar 2020, heboh tentang palm oil Malaysia, sawit Malaysia menggunakan tenaga buruh di bawah umur, ya. Isu tenaga buruh di bawah umur. Jadi saya meminta beliau untuk melakukan media framing analysis on online articles, bagaimana MPOC, sebuah organisasi kerajaan, okay, dan international NGOs yang mewakili Europe, how do they frame the issue of forced labour in their writings, in their online writings. So hari ini saya akan khusus melaporkan tentang perkara ini. Okay, so sebelum itu let me share our findings related to the bigger grant, iaitu tentang persepsi masyarakat Eropah. So apa yang kami dapati adalah sebenarnya our government when they advocate the issue of palm oil internationally, I think they did not do a study on how do people in the Europe perceive the issue of palm oil. So apa yang kita lakukan adalah we assume that people are A, B, C and D in the Europe. Okay, so we did not do a proper study, so we assume that they are like that, so we provide strategy according to our assumption. Tapi malangnya our assumption was not correct. It was wrong. Okay, so when it was wrong, we provided a wrong solutions. Sebab apa? Sebab because ini contohnya seperti kita ambil darah, ya, when we draw blood to identify what are the problems in our body. So because we did not do that, we just assume that, oh, based on this symptom, look like you are having fever and blah 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 blah, so this is the antibiotic. So you prescribe antibiotic based on your assumption. And unfortunately, if your assumption was wrong, then you prescribe wrong antibiotics. So that was happened to our country. So I think we were not careful when we prescribe antibiotics. We just do assumption, and because of that, we provide a wrong antibiotics. So we were not able to smoothen the European perception on the palm oil issue. Mereka masih tidak faham, dan bila mereka masih tidak faham, mereka masih menuduh yang bukan-bukan kepada kita. Okay, so and if only we study first, we audit the perception of the community in the Europe, then only we can come up with the best solution. Okay, so but that did not happen. So the solution towards that was very slow, and we spend a lot of money, and still people look at our sawit sebagai pemusnah alam, sebagai sesuatu yang membunuh orang utan, sebagai sesuatu yang membawa masalah kepada sustainable development of the world, for example dari segi weather, cuaca dan sebagainya. Okay, so hari ini saya akan, so that was the bigger findings, ya. Hari ini kita tengok findings terkait bagaimana Malaysia dan international NGO framed the issue of forced labour, seperti yang highlighted by the as accused by the European media. Okay, before that let me highlight that there are so many issues being highlighted. If you notice, dari tahun ke tahun, isu tentang palm oil ini sentiasa bertukar, berubah, ya, sentiasa tidak sama. sebentar tentang sustainable cara penanaman yang tidak yang tidak sustain, ya, yang tidak sustain kepada environment. Kemudian bertukar kepada isu orang utan. Kemudian bertukar lagi kepada isu buruh di bawah umur. Nanti dia akan terus bertukar. Okay, let me tell you why this happened. Kerana palm oil, kerana we have interviewed scientists, okay? Not only in Malaysia but also in France, in other countries that specialize in palm oil. And you know what they say? Palm oil is the best economically, health, and in other aspect. Okay, so for example, the quality of palm oil is very, very high. However, the price is very, very low. So that makes palm oil as the best. Okay, but other oils like corn oil, soy oil, and so on, they want to dominate the market. So they have to do something about it. Okay, but they cannot defeat our palm oil because it has been proven that palm oil is the best economically, healthily, and other economic factors. And if you go to supermarket, you will find that half of the items, products in supermarket is made from palm oil. Okay, so how do you ensure that by 2024 there will be no palm oil in the market? It is impossible. It is always almost impossible. Okay, so that was what happened. Now, okay, let me show you the, let me move on to this. Okay, so this, I have explained to you about palm oil, okay, about how the issue developed, and we face many issues as seperti yang dituduh oleh media barat. Okay, so mereka semakin banyak menceritakan tentang isu sustainable ini di dalam media. Semasa saya di Eropah, kebetulan pada waktu itu di muka surat depan sebuah newspaper menunjukkan gambar anjing yang makan anjing dan ketulan-ketulan palm oil yang jatuh dari yang datang dari laut kerana ada lori kapal yang terbalik yang membawa palm oil. So they said they use the word deadly, toxic. Be careful when your dog eat palm oil. Apa yang mereka tidak masukkan di situ adalah, for example, kalau kapal terbalik mungkin ada diesel. So it may be diesel yang membunuh anjing tersebut, bukan palm oil. Tapi they did not mention that. They just mentioned palm oil. So they framed the issue of palm oil very negatively in the European media. Okay, so that was the background. Okay, so due to the increase of palm oil plantation dan sebagainya, jadi kita ingin memastikan bahawa pengeluaran palm oil sama ada di Malaysia ataupun di Indonesia akan berterusan, dan at the same time kita akan mahu menunjukkan kepada dunia bahawa our palm oil is sustainable. Okay, so and if you think that it is not sustainable, yes, we are very open about it. We will do our best to take care of this issue, kan? So this is not a problem that cannot be solved. If this is a problem that can be solved, so let's discuss this peacefully rather than attacking us. Okay. So itu yang ini adalah news yang ditulis tentang isu-isu yang melibat tentang palm oil. Okay, so therefore kerana masalah ini, so kita ingin ambil tahu sebenarnya apakah frame, bagaimanakah Malaysia dan international NGO frame the issue of palm oil di dalam penulisan mereka. Okay, so apakah generic frame yang mereka gunakan, apakah types of framing yang mereka gunakan, adakah perbezaan di antara frame di kalangan Malaysia Corporate Organisation and Malaysia NGO. Okay, So isu yang kita cover adalah isu forced labour. Forced labour iaitu tentang especially related to underage labour, and they claim that we pay very low wages to households and workers of palm oil. So this is what we want to see, how our Malaysia corporate organisation related to palm oil frame this issue, and how the international NGO frame this issue. Okay, so for those of you who are not familiar with the word framing, okay, framing ini adalah terkait how do you aspect of a perceived reality and make them more salient in a communicating text in such a way to promote a particular problem, definition, causal interpretation, moral evaluation, and treatment recommendation. So when you frame something, you give meaning to it, because you know that perception, the way we perceive things, is always different. Okay, it's always depending on our environment. So framing, media framing, is how a particular media give meaning, okay, give meaning through its writing, okay, how they define things, how they interpret things. For example, if they just put you shoot the American soldier, for example, so it shows that, oh, this is a lady wearing hijab, shoot an American soldier. So, oh my God, Islam promote violence. But what you did not see earlier was that it was first the soldier, for example, who raped, for example, the family members, and then they want to rape that lady. So that lady maybe perhaps tried to defend herself. Okay, so that was not put in the newspaper, but they just put that particular story that the lady shoot that soldier. So, you know, this is how the newspaper, the media frame the issue. And that is very dangerous because the definition is lack of details, and people will perceive it differently. Okay, so this is media framing. So generic frame is how the what generic frames that they use. So for example, you can cover the issue from the point of view of conflict, or you attribute responsibility to someone, or you just look at it from the economic point of view, or human interest point of view, or morality from a point of view. So we want to see which writings use which generic frames. Kemudian we have thematic of types of framing. We would like to see whether we use thematic frame or episodic frame, or you're not sure whether it's neutral, or you're not sure which frame they're using. So kalau thematic frame ini, itu tentang when you talk about something, you talk about it from larger context. For example, dari segi sustainable development of human beings. The issue is there is one situation, but you look at the issue in larger context. So that is the way you write it according to thematic frame. But in episodic frame, you shed light on a particular person's life experience. For example, you look at that issue from the point of view of the child labor, for example, and how this child faced the issue. So this is episodic frame. So we would like to know Malaysia and international, how do they use types of framing, okay? And then, okay, so this is the literature review that we explained about framing, okay, how forced labor issue in Malaysia palm oil industry, I have explained to you just now. And this is about the same about palm oil issue. This is not what we assume, this is actually memang diperkatakan dalam banyak media, terutamanya yang media Eropah, yang mana mereka melihat tentang exploit labor, okay, how children and women been exploited. So that was what they accuse us of doing, and this is and the issue is not only in Malaysia tapi banyak yang mereka lihat di negara-negara lain juga ya. Okay, so this is framing of Malaysian palm oil forced labor by international NGO. Contohnya kalau di sini, mereka menuduh Felda Global Venture Holdings Berhad, one main company in Malaysia doing palm oil. Mereka ban, okay, kerana forced labor and the high risk of child labor in Malaysia. And then, oops, okay. And then mereka ini dalam surat khabar dalam berita tahun 2020. Okay, so mereka ban trade dengan FGV kerana isu ini. And then banyak lagi so this is by our corporate organisation. So kita deny. In Malaysia we deny. We say that the accusation was not based on facts, and at the same time, even though it was not based on fact, we pledge to solve this issue if there is any, and we try our best to work with this. So to understand this issue, this is the conceptual framework, yeah. Excuse me. So we would like to compare between Malaysia and international. So for the types of framing here, we studied thematic and episodic. For generic frame, we studied economic, human interest, morality, conflict, and responsibility. So we want to see how these two, from these two, defined Malaysian palm oil's forced labor issue. So our hypothesis here is that there is a significant difference in generic frames. We propose that there's a difference between generic frame, this one, these factors, between international NGO and Malaysian corporate organisation in the coverage of palm oil's forced labor issue. So we propose that both did not cover the issue the same. Okay, excuse me. And then number two, there is a significant difference in the types of framing between, excuse me, let me finish my coughing first. Okay, I'm still down with a flu and cough, yeah, okay. So there is a significant difference in types of framing between international NGO and Malaysian corporate organisation in the coverage of palm oil forced labor issue. So we also predict that in the types of framing, we did not cover the same. Okay, so and then this is our model of analysis. So we analyze all the articles using Krippendorf, where we start with unitizing, and then making clear what is the unit, okay, and then choose sample, and then recording, reducing, inferring, and narrating. So and then I will explain to this a bit after this. Yeah, so this is our model of analysis. Okay, unitizing. So when we talk about the forced labor issue in the Malaysian palm oil industry, we will find text segments, perkataan kata yang menggambarkan forced labor. So for example, kita akan lihat di dalam workers, okay, working condition, child labor, migrant workers, okay, working long hours and so on. So ini yang dinamakan sebagai forced labor, the categorical distinction. So kita akan identify forced labor yang terkait workers, working condition, child labor and so on. Okay, so itu unitnya. Okay, and then yang kedua dari segi sample, sampel kita telah letakkan exclusion, kriteria untuk artikel itu diambil, dan apakah kriteria untuk artikel itu dikeluarkan, tidak digunakan. Okay, so populasi ialah kami search articles related to forced labor issue, palm oil forced labor issue. And out of those populasi articles beribu yang kami dapati, kami kecilkan lagi mengikut inclusion criteria. Articles yang tidak memenuhi been excluded. Okay, so akhirnya dan sampling strategi ini dilakukan dalam satu time frame. Kalau tidak silap saya dalam masa setahun setahun selepas isu palm oil forced labor. Okay, so akhirnya a total of 50 online articles digunakan dalam studi ini, di mana 21 artikel daripada international NGO dan 29 artikel daripada Malaysia Corporate Organisation. Right, and then di sini kita lihat all the news stories as a unit of analysis. Kemudian kita train our coders, okay, untuk mereka faham lah. So saya akan tunjukkan the code book ya selepas ini. Okay, so for example, yes, no category, 1 or 0 and so on. I will show you after this. Alright. Okay, so this is the example that I mentioned tadi. Okay, sebentar saya cuba besarkan ya, kerana ini terlalu kecil. Okay, ini adalah coding book. Okay, kalau bisa lihat, bisa dilihat coding booknya? Boleh ya?
Yes.
Yes, okay. This is the coding book ya. Coding book kita mulakan dengan introduction about this research, okay. Kemudian, so you are required to spot the news article relevant, to read the entire article and review the related frame after spotting the news story. So ini apa yang harus dilakukan oleh coder, ini artikel bagaimana harus dia categorize the article. Kemudian, okay, for example, frame. Di sini tentang frame, contohnya jika anda membaca, you are required to complete the reading. Total of 20 questions under study of this, yes or no. Dan 20 question itu kita ambil dari Semetco and Valkenburg, okay. So ini kita berikan mereka penerangan, okay. Tentang, for example, so this is the coding book ya. Alright, and then okay, this is the coding sheet. So for example, ini siapa nama coder, artikel yang mana satu, okay. So which from MPOC, MPOB, which one you read? These are the 4 corporate organization. If you read international, these are the international NGO that we included in our study, kan? And then, okay, so for example, this one, untuk mencari artikel terkait responsibility frame. So for example, does the news story recommend that some level of government has the ability to manage the issue? Some is responsible, some government. Or did they recommend, did they suggest individual or group to be responsible? Did they suggest problem requires urgent attention? So we will just to take yes or no, okay? So this is for responsibility and so on. And for types of framing, this is episodic frame definition, whether they focus on blah, 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 and so on, okay? And then, yeah, and then in the end, your comment. So this is the coding sheet, yeah? Okay. So, after that, so data that have been coded were reduced into categorical data. These were categorical data and they were reduced and sorted by category. And then we do descriptive analysis and also independent sample t-test. And then we infer the date, because this is a quantitative content analysis. So we were able to generalize from the study of the whole population of interest. And then we narrate the data so that they can understand from numbers to words. Yeah. Okay. So ini adalah reliability test di mana in this reliability kami menggunakan Krippendorf. Okay. So independent coder reanalyze between 10% and 25% of the results. Okay. So kita decide to reanalyze 20% of the total sample, where kita analyze 5 INGO and Malaysia 5 articles. So 10 articles, 20% of the sample we reanalyze. So we use Cohen Kappa. We use Cohen Kappa. So we found that the interpretation by our interpreters, we have 2 interpreters. So when we compare the interpretation and we run this reliability test, we found that the score were between 0.6 to 0.8 something. So very good reliability. Good reliability. Right. And then this is the result. Okay. This is the amount of about 48% from Malaysia and 42% from international. And then Malaysian corporate. Okay, so these are the, this is wrong title. Yeah. This is actually Malaysia Corporate Organization website. This amount of articles derived from this website. Okay. And then length of words from Malaysia Corporate Organization is 190 for minimum and 1818 maximum. So for international NGO is this. So mean is about the same. Okay, so monthly distribution, we found that okay, so we start, so it's the issue of forced labor is in 2022. So we find article from 2019 to 2021. So that was the time frame. Yeah. And we found that frequency in Malaysia's writings were high in October 2022, after the issue was highlighted. But you can see here that international NGO highlighted that way earlier in August 2019. So what we are trying to say here is that if you look at this, you can see that the international NGO, they have, like, it is as if they work together and they know that this is the time where we should frame the issue. You see, this is interesting, because if they do not plan this, you can see that the number of the article will be like spread. Okay, but here it is as if that they plan to have everything to be communicated in August 2019. Okay, and then after that they just follow through. Okay, so this is very interesting. Okay, and this is look at this. We try to see the generic frames used in the coverage of palm oil, and here for Malaysia corporate organization, mostly conflict and then responsibility. The same goes to but for NGO, they use responsibility more and then human interest. But if you run the t-test, we will see whether there is actually a difference between the two. So this is by statistics saja. Okay, itu descriptive saja. Okay, kalau descriptive juga dari segi type of framing, thematic framing paling banyak digunakan oleh kedua-dua NGO. Now, ada differences between generic frame. Ini yang kita buat. P-level 0.05 didapati bahawa differences ada significance difference between this, ya. Kemudian kalau di sini dari segi episodik dan tematik, di sini kalau kita lihat semuanya tidak ada ini didapati bahawa kalau kita lihat di sini P lebih besar daripada 0.05. Jadi di sini tidak signifikan. Okay. Now, discussion. The dominant research finding menunjukkan bahawa majority of generic frame used in the coverage of articles mengikut responsibility ini ya. Kalau di Malaysia, responsibility frame, kemudian human interest, conflict, morality and economic frame. Okay. Kemudian di dalam this study found more than half of news article in the coverage of forced labour issue mereka employed thematic frames ya. Okay, kalau lihat this is how those two frame the issue dalam surat dalam penulisan mereka. Kalau di Malaysia paling banyak ini kedua responsibility, tetapi international NGO paling banyak tentang responsibility. Siapa yang bersalah? Siapa yang harus dipersalahkan? Kalau di Malaysia lebih banyak menceritakan tentang ini adalah tentang konflik, tentang keperluan kehidupan dan sebagainya. Okay? And dan seterusnya tentang isu-isu yang ada di sini. Okay. Okay. Dari segi thematic frame, tidak ada significant difference in thematic framing between INGO. Okay? Bermaksud dari segi di sini, okay, tidak ada significant difference. Mereka, for example, Malaysia juga pakai responsibility frame, international NGO juga gunakan responsibility frame. Cuma perbezaannya ialah international NGO blame the responsibility kepada pihak yang lain, and Malaysia Corporate Organisation blame the responsibility kepada pihak yang lain. Okay, conflict frame, kedua-duanya juga menggunakan conflict frame, tetapi NGO, Malaysian NGO menceritakan konflik dalam aspek yang berbeza. International NGO melihat konflik dalam aspek yang beda. Okay, so the same goes to other. Okay, kemudian episodic frame. No significant difference in episodic framing between INGO and Malaysia Corporate Organisation. Kita akan lihat dalam isu ini lack of individual story. Mereka tidak melihatkan tentang satu-satu story, sebaliknya mereka lebih kepada cerita yang lebih besar ya. Okay, ada beberapa yang disebut oleh international NGO untuk emosi ya. Contohnya di sini, an Indonesian single father remits money to his hometown in East Lombok every month to cover the daily expenses of his two sons. Like many others from his towns, the 2018 earthquake prompted many of them to seek jobs further afield in order to rebuild their lives. What became an added burden to him and many other migrant workers are the initial requirement costs, often opaque in terms of what is being covered, that is built by recruitment agents that facilitate their job hunt to other countries. So ini untuk menagih simpati. So ini adalah beberapa yang digunakan tapi tidak banyak. Okay, hanya sedikit seperti ini. Okay. Di sini didapati bahawa apabila kita memahami as a conclusion so this study serves as a great benefit of understanding how Malaysia and international actors frame palm oil forced labor issue based on their perspective. Okay, so we can see that different Malaysia and international, they frame the issue differently. Okay, so even though they use the same strategy, types of framing and also generic frames, but the story that that they made was actually representing their way of looking at the issue. So that is very dangerous because we can see that international NGO, they're looking at the issue very differently from what actually happened in Asia, in this case in Malaysia. So this is I would say that this is very one-sided, because the accusation was done not based on good proof. Yeah, so whatever that they want to use, they can simply put it into writings and blast it, because us, Malaysia and other Asian and Indonesia, for example, we did not refute back. So we did not advocate to the European community, or we did not use proper strategy on how to advocate the real story of palm oil. So this, what happened is that they were the one who produced stories, documentaries, writings, and so on, based on their definition, and they frame it according to their definition. So I think this is something need to be worried, because for me, I think this is something that we have to consider, and we have to advocate more, and we have to tell people that, hey, this is not how you should see things. How you should what this is what actually happened in our country. You shouldn't look at it that way. You shouldn't interpret it that way. But as usual, because we are too silent on this, and we use different strategy, a wrong strategy, we were not able to, like, we are like mentimun, very small, and they are like giant. So, and we do not know how to use a strategy to excuse me excuse me, I'm so sorry. So I think in our case here, okay, what we should do is we should be smart, even though we are small compared to Europe, but we should be smart. We should know how to moderate this communication between us and the bigger party. We should use advocacy. We should be smart in pleading to people that, hey, we are doing the good thing. Hey, come and share. Let's work on this together. Okay. So I think that is what that is very important. Ini yang harus dilakukan oleh negara-negara seperti kita. Mengapa kita study ini framing? Because we want to understand apa yang cuba diperkatakan oleh mereka dan apa yang telah kita perkatakan. Ada match atau tak ada match? Adakah apa yang mereka katakan itu powerful to change people mind about this? Dan adakah apa yang kita sampaikan itu menepati apa yang mereka mahu tahu? Ataupun they don't care because they are not interested the way we frame the issue. So I think this is very important knowledge to understand so that we can advocate to the public, to the world about a particular issue. Okay, so saya rasa setakat ini sahaja. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Dr. Rose Miza. Okay, dear participants, if you have questions, you can raise hand on the Zoom application, or you can type your question in the chat column. It's a very interesting topic and discussion that Dr. Rose Miza had discussed with us. It's about the media framing on the forced labor issue in the Malaysian palm oil industry. Palm oil industry, or we call it kelapa sawit. Yes. So it's very interesting, and we don't consider this in our daily basis, but in the study, in the field study of corporate communication, Dr. Rosmiza discussed this with the students. Is it, Dr. Rosmiza?
Yes, this is my students' research. Yeah, I have the bigger research. This media framing is my student research, and I'm sharing you with you the interesting findings from my students' research.
And indeed, this is very interesting. Dear participants, you can raise hand if you
Ya,
have
ada
questions
Ya, ada
about
soalan.
this topic. Okay, from Ibu Nunu Indarti. Ibu Nunu Indarti. Yes.
Baik, terima kasih. Saya menggunakan dua bahasa ya, Bu Rosmi Sabidin. Maafkan bahasa Inggris saya kurang bagus. It's not
It's okay. Enggak apa-apa. Bisa dipahami kok.
Terima kasih sudah bisa bergabung di event kami, yaitu di Konferensi Internasional Social Science. Begini Ibu, saya menyimak dari tadi untuk tentang kelapa sawit ya. Nah, kemudian dalam pikiran saya itu adalah begini. Kemudian ada slide yang mengatakan bahwa ada tentang tenaga kerja yang kerja paksa gitu ya Ibu ya. Nah, pertanyaan saya adalah whether forced labor is carried out those not valid labor laws. Apakah kerja paksa itu tidak bertentangan dengan atau tidak melanggar dengan undang-undang ketenagakerjaan? Itu adalah my question yang number one. Number two, ketika kemarin sebelum hari raya, waktu puasa itu kan kita semuanya ya pasti di Indonesia itu mengalami kenaikan minyak yang luar biasa, Ibu. Kenaikan yang luar biasa. Sampai sekarang pun minyak tidak turun harganya. Masih stay di harga 43,2 liter. Gitu. Nah, pertanyaan saya adalah, apakah ini adalah permainan dari oknum ya, oknum di kelapa sawit? Saya yakin bahwa petani dengan adanya kenaikan minyak ini tidak berdampak pada petani, tidak berdampak sama sekali, gitu. Nah, kenyataannya adalah ada saudara saya yang ada di Kalimantan Timur itu mengatakan bahwa minyak itu standar. Harganya yang dari tengkulak itu yang luar biasa mereka permainkan. Dan hal ini tentunya tidak signifikan terhadap kesejahteraan para petani kelapa sawit. Nah, bagaimana pendapat Ibu tentang pertanyaan saya yang pertama tadi adalah dengan ada kerja paksa. Yang kedua, bagaimana untuk mengatasi supaya, mohon maaf, oknum-oknum kelapa sawit yang tidak bertanggung jawab ini memang seharusnya ada sanksi ya gitu, agar pemerintah lebih jelas untuk bisa menindak begitu. Terima kasih Ibu. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Iya, oke, terima kasih Bu Nunu di atas soalannya. Oke, yang pertama ya. Kita ini kan orang Asia ya. Orang Asia ini sifatnya kalau bekerja contohnya di ladang dan sebagainya suka membawa keluarga. Kan kadang-kadang anaknya ikut ya. Kadang-kadang suami isteri work together ya. So still yang major worker adalah sang bapa atau dan sang ibu, for example. Kalau anak itu lebih kepada di waktu libur, kalau dia bersekolah dia akan ke sekolah. Kalau dia tidak sekolah dia akan mengikut sama-sama dan bermain. Contohnya bermain di sawah, lantas diminta tolong untuk buat itu dan ini. Tapi mereka bukan main labor. Okay? Mereka bukan tenaga kerja utama. Okay? Kalau dulu iya mungkin itu terjadi, tapi zaman sekarang anak-anak itu kan sudah ke sekolah. Kalau yang tidak ke sekolah itu still mereka itu tidak menjadi main labor ya. Jadi lebih kepada aktiviti sosial di tempat pekerjaan ibu dan bapa mereka. Mungkin kerana di rumah tidak ada orang yang menjaga, for example, ataupun mungkin kerana ya seru kalau mengikut bapa ke ladang atau ke sawah dan sebagainya. Jadi itu culture, ya itu culture, bukan bekerja seperti yang didefinisikan oleh mereka. Kalau di peringkat di negara lain mungkin situasinya beda kerana mereka tidak mempunyai background yang sama seperti kita. Tapi jika anda menonton siri seperti Little House on the Prairie, for example, kan kalau di ladang itu ada menonton kan cerita Little House on the Prairie itu kan ada kan Laura dan sebagainya. Di ladang itu kan mereka sama-sama as a family bekerja together. So ya itulah situasinya di sini. Bukan kena anak-anak itu harus memenuhi, mesti ada membanting padi, seguni mesti siap. Saya rasa itu tidak berlaku sekarang. Okay, tetapi social aspect of children joining their parents di tempat kerja, especially dalam pertanian, itu tidak diberi perhatian. The social aspect, berkawan, menangkap belalang, mandi di kali dan sebagainya, itu kan seru bagi anak-anak. Okay? Tapi itu tidak dapat ditangkap oleh media barat kerana mereka tidak ada experience seperti itu. Okay, jadi bagi saya kalau di Malaysia sendiri, anak-anak bersekolah dan jika ada forced labour issue itu mungkin berlaku di kalangan pekerja asing yang anaknya tidak mampu masuk ke sekolah, yang tidak ada orang yang dijaga di tempatnya, mungkin mengikut ibu bapa bekerja. Okay, so itu mungkin itu berlaku. Tapi kita juga mendapati bahawa isu ini berlaku. Okay, cuma kita tidak boleh explain dengan mereka kerana budayanya beda. So apa yang dilakukan oleh kerajaan Malaysia adalah kami tetap menambah baik proses itu. Okay, supaya apa yang dilihat sebagai satu kelemahan kami menambah baik lagi. Dan mengikut seperti apa yang diinginkan dalam resolusi terkait child labour issue. Walaupun sebenarnya itu tidak berlaku, tapi kami tetap menambah baik proses itu. Supaya tidak ada isu lagi yang harus dikaitkan. Tapi saya berani bertaruh kerana sebelum ini kita sudah lihat patternnya. Selepas child labour issue ini akan ada isu lain. Ini terkait soalan nombor 2. Soalan nombor 2, harga itu boleh dimainkan. Jangan pernah rasa selesa kalau harganya sudah naik. Kerana nanti jika ada keperluan diturunkan lagi dan dimain lagi isu yang kedua. Ini hanya untuk bermain psikologi, untuk perasaan selesa. Ya, untuk supaya tidak ketara kalau itu terlalu rendah dan sebagainya. So, apa saja yang berlaku itu terkait rapat dengan strategi mereka di sana. Okay, so as you said, petani akan still mendapat nilai yang sama. Tidak ada perubahannya, tidak ada beda. Mereka harga itu tetap sama, keuntungannya, kemiskinannya tetap sama. Tetapi yang players yang di atas itu, yang bermain harga, okay, di peringkat atasan, di peringkat itu. Jadi bermakna ini apa? Ini adalah satu game bagi mereka. Ini adalah satu permainan. Harga yang naik, kemudian turun lagi, kemudian naik lagi. Industri sawit memang begitu. Isu A, isu B, isu C, isu D akan sentiasa dibagi isu-isu yang terkini. Kami melakukan IoT. Kami melakukan apa kita panggil analisis kita segmen menggunakan apa namanya? Ni tak ingat ni kalau nak sebut. So kita menggunakan teknologi, okay. Data mining analysis, data mining analysis. So kami lakukan analisis tentang perbincangan palm oil. Apa isu yang mereka cuba kena di media, ada moderator. Contohnya, kalau saya mahu mempermainkan isu lagu Indonesia Raya, for example, saya tidak puas hati dengan lagu Indonesia Raya. Saya mahu mainkan isu ini. Jadi saya sebagai orang yang berniat jahat akan memainkan isu itu di internet. Kemudian akan disahut oleh orang-orang yang emosinya cepat terangsang dengan sesuatu seperti ini. Jadi saya tahu fakta ini. Jadi oleh itu saya mau memainkan emosi mereka. Harus kita lakukan ini. Jadi yang melakukannya itu saya. Kenapa saya melakukannya? Kerana saya ada agenda yang lain. Nah, inilah yang berlaku di media sosial. Ya, mereka yang initiate emosi, yang memulakan perang emosi itu ada agenda yang tersendiri. Dan kami melakukan analisis menggunakan IoT. Kami langsung pada 2019 memprediksikan 2020 akan dimainkan isu child labour. Nah, ternyata 2020 isu yang dimainkan ternyata benar, child labour issue. Mengapa kami memprediksikan? Kerana di dalam online social media itu telah awal lagi dimainkan isu child labour. Jadi sistem itu menangkap permainan itu dan lantas memprediksikan tahun 2020 akan berlaku isu itu. Ternyata benar. Ya, jadi ini semua adalah game. Framing by understanding how people use the social media, the online media, mereka akan trigger, mereka akan naikkan isu ini sebelum isu itu akan secara formalnya komunikasikan kepada masyarakat umum. Dia yang telah terlebih dahulu dimainkan sentimennya di dalam social media. Jadi kerana itu kami melakukan sentiment analysis menggunakan teknologi IoT dan itu yang kami dapati. So penting untuk study media analysis dan membuat prediksi. Jadi for example government jika tidak mahu memahami tentang data mining, tentang textual analysis, itu namanya tidak seiring dengan teknologi kerana tidak mahu menggunakan teknologi untuk membawa kemajuan. Dan seperti yang Ibu Nunuk katakan tadi tentang harga, itu bukan perjuangan. Saya rasa para petani, farmers, mereka tidak tahu tentang permainan itu. Ini satu yang harus diperjuangkan oleh Pak Menteri. Kerana ataupun orang-orang yang berjawatan besar, yang decision makers di dalam organisasi. Kerana itulah level yang mereka boleh masuk. Farmers mereka tak boleh masuk permainan game di atas. Mereka tak boleh masuk. Bukan bidang kuasa mereka. Tetapi wakil pemerintah yang dipilih itu yang harus memahami isu ini, ya, dan menyelesaikannya. Okey? Saya harap jawapan saya menjawab.
Okay, thank you for attention
Dr.
and
Rose.
answer.
Thank you, Nunuk, for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Dia.
Yes, okay. Another question from our offline participant. Dear Ibu Rose, do we need to clarify the data first before investigating the media framing?
Can you repeat the question again?
Okay. Do we need to clarify the data first before investigating the media framing?
I need to ask further. What do you mean by clarifying? I don't really, because the question is too short. Yeah. Siapa yang bertanya? Maybe mahu menjelaskan?
Probably the clarify the data is to make sure that the issue is already happening in the situation and it affects the people's perception toward the issue.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, when you do framing analysis, you will have to make sure that the issue. I'm not sure whether but I try to explain. Yeah. Okay. In my case, because we study framing analysis. So framing analysis, we will first identify when the issue was being communicated. For example, it was communicated in late 2016 until 2022, for example. So therefore, we studied the issue before and after 2019 and 2020. Okay, so to allow to see whether there are continuation on 2021, whether there are continuation of discussion, and in 2019 we want to see whether the issue has been pre-discussed Okay, so that was why we studied 2019, 2020, and 2021. Okay, so you have to identify when the issue started, but you can study away in advance before the issue started to see if there were pre-discussion, and also to see to further a few years after to see how long the issue, what happened after the issue was discussed. But again, this is depending on your objective of your study. What do you want to know actually? What is the time frame that you would like to investigate? Sama ada you want to study, you want to investigate the current, because the reason why you want to study now or before or after adalah tak sama. You have your own reason. So you have to understand your objective of doing your research. Then only you will select the time frame. Adakah itu menjawab soalan saya? I'm not sure.
I guess so.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, another question is, I am interested on the methodology you have for your research. Would you mind to explain briefly how to process the data so we can have some numbers you show just now?
Yeah, okay. So this means that you are interested in using framing, framing analysis. Okay, so our methodology was quantitative framing analysis, where we chose, for example, in our case, we want to study forced labor issue in Malaysian palm oil. Okay, so we use that as our keywords in searching because we define the sample to be online paper articles. You can study offline newspapers, you can study online, you can study corporate documents, you can study anything, doesn't matter, online, offline, newspaper, corporate documents and whatnot. You tell which one is relevant to your study. That is number one, yeah. Okay. So in our case, kami hanya mahu study online articles. Gak apa-apa. Terpulang, terserah. Ada explanation kenapa mahu fokus online atau mahu fokus newspaper. Terserah. Tapi mesti justifikasinya ada. Okay, mesti ada justifikasi. Jika for example, you want to understand Malaysian public sahaja, then you can go for surat khabar. Tidak ada apa-apa masalah. Okay, and then you choose that sample. Kemudian ada inclusion dan exclusion criteria. Contoh inclusion, paper yang artikel yang akan dimasukkan haruslah ditulis oleh bla bla bla, panjangnya begini, haruslah tajuknya ada ini, kemudian itu. Apa kriteria? Kriteria paper yang tak masuk tidak boleh ditulis oleh begini dengan cara begini, itu exclusion criteria. Jadi daripada banyak paper nanti akan dipilih. So yang itu adalah final sample. Okay, final sample. Kemudian kita kan sudah ada Krippendorff, remember tadi yang saya tunjukkan diagram Krippendorff, unitizing. Okay, perkataan-perkataan akan dilihat menggambarkan apakah perkataan yang menggambarkan child labour issue. So jadi kita akan definisikan child labour dan kita akan detail up. Child labour issue itu haruslah ada ini, ada itu dan sebagainya. Supaya pencarian itu tidak terlalu terbuka. Dan supaya pencarian itu harus konsisten. Iaitu kalau saya ada dua kodes, kodes A akan lihat perkara yang sama. Kodes B juga akan lihat perkara yang sama. Kena akhirnya nanti, apabila kita menjalankan reliability analysis, kita akan mendapatkan nilai kappa yang bagus. Okay, what happen sekiranya nilai kappa itu rendah? Jadi, kodes itu harus duduk bersama dan clarify. Apakah maksud responsibility frame yang kamu faham? Dan yang kodes 1 faham, yang kodes 2 faham. Jadi penting untuk kedua-dua kodes harus faham definisi setiap variables yang cuba di code. Sebab itu kena ada coding book. Coding book akan menerangkan definisi setiap satu. Apa itu type of framing, apa itu episodic framing, apa itu semua generic, apa benda semua tu harus ditulis dan dikasih contoh. Kemudian coding sheet juga begitu, harus dimasukkan satu persatu. Kalau definisi makan sedap itu dari segi makanan yang sedap, rupa cantik, rasa, bahan berkualiti, contohnya 3. Jadi 1, 2, 3 itu harus dimasukkan dalam coding sheet. Tidak boleh miss satu pun. Okey, itu prosesnya. Nanti di coding, kemudian hasilnya nanti akan dijalankan tes. Okey, number itu akan dilihat mean-nya, akan mau buat chi-square test atau sample t-test. Nanti data itu akan dianalisis. Kemudian dapat hasil. Boleh ya?
Very nice, great, and a very brief explanation but clear.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
Ada apa soalan lagi?
It seems like there's no more raising hand participants and the offline questions already delivered all. I guess that's all for Dr. Rose's session. Thank you very much for your sharing and information about the media framing. And allow me to conclude this session. Media framing can be differently built or framed from different points of view. It may create different interpretation among people around the globe. Is it correct, Dr. Rose?
Very much.
Thank you very much. And dear participants, we will have a 30-minute break before we go on to the next session with Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Aziz M.A.K. Thank you. And the parallel session will be held directly after Prof. Ali presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Rose, and we'll be right back after the break. See you soon in 30 minutes.
Aku termenung di bawah mentari, di antara megahnya alam ini, menikmati indahnya kasihmu. Ku rasakan damainya hatiku. Sabdamu bagai air yang mengalir, basahi panas terik di hatiku, menerangi semua jalanku. Ku rasakan tentramnya hatiku. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Bila ku jauh dari dirimu, akan ku tempuh semua perjalanan agar selalu ada dekatmu. Biar ku rasakan lembutnya kasihmu. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi. Jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi. Jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi. Jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh.
Salam patriot, gagah, berani, tangguh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kalau ingin sukses, ingin makin sukses, kuliah di Uniwara. Kampusnya patriot, dosennya humanis. Uniwara jaya terkemuka, Uniwara terdepan dalam prestasi. Ibu bapak sekalian dan saudara-saudara, kalau kita ingin mencari tempat kuliah, mencari kampus di Pasuruan, STKIP PGRI Pasuruan saat ini sudah tidak ada lagi karena sudah bermetamorfosis menjadi universitas, yaitu Universitas PGRI Wiranegara atau disingkat Uniwara. Uniwara ini lahir tahun 2020 ini bersamaan dengan COVID-19 yang menyebar di seluruh dunia. Insya Allah Uniwara juga akan mendunia, tidak kalah dengan COVID-19. saudara sekalian, bahwa Universitas Wiranegara ini akan bertekad menjadi universitas yang terkemuka, menjadi universitas yang terdepan dalam prestasi di berbagai bidang, baik itu dosennya maupun mahasiswanya, akan semuanya berprestasi mewujudkan menjadi universitas yang terkemuka, insya Allah, dan akan mendunia. Universitas PGRI Wiranegara ini memiliki harapan ke depan yang ingin membawa mahasiswa, ingin mengantarkan mahasiswa untuk meraih cita-citanya yang tinggi dengan mempersiapkan sebagai generasi bangsa, sebagai patriot bangsa ini, sebagai pejuang dalam kehidupan ini, memiliki karakter, paling tidak 7 karakter yang harus dimiliki. 7 karakter itu, yang pertama adalah jujur. Jujur itu adalah bekal penting karena akan menyelamatkan dia dunia akhirat. Yang kedua, disiplin. Disiplin ini sebagai karakter yang diperlukan ketika seseorang itu bekerja. Dibutuhkan kedisiplinan. Yang ketiga, kerjasama. Kita sekarang tidak bisa lagi bekerja sendiri, harus bekerjasama dengan pihak lain dalam mencapai tujuan. Yang keempat, tanggung jawab. Sebagai wujud kita terhadap konsekuensi keputusan tindakan yang kita lakukan, maka tanggung jawab adalah mutlak bagi kita. Yang kelima ini adalah visioner. Ke depan, berpikir ke depan, mewujudkan di masa yang akan datang lebih baik. Yang keenam adalah adil. Sebagai pemimpin harus bijaksana, harus berbuat adil. Perilaku adil itu dibutuhkan bagi masyarakat, bagi orang-orang yang dipimpin. Yang ketujuh adalah peduli. Sebagai sifat sosial, peduli kepada lingkungannya, peduli sesamanya, peduli kepada orang lain dalam memberikan bantuan-bantuan. Ibu, Bapak, dan saudara-saudara sekalian, setelah STKIP berubah menjadi universitas, yaitu Universitas PGRI Wiranegara, maka mandat yang diberikan oleh pemerintah itu menjadi lebih besar lagi, menjadi lebih berat lagi, lebih luas lagi. Sebagai pusat pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta seni, yang hasilnya sebagai penghasil prototipe sebuah produk yang akan bermanfaat bagi kesejahteraan umat manusia, bagi kesejahteraan warga masyarakat, bangsa dan negara Indonesia. Salam patriot, gagah, berani, tangguh, Uniwara Jaya terkemuka. Uniwara Jaya terkemuka. Apa tekad kita? Terdepan dalam prestasi.
Terlalu lelah merasakan nikmatnya beban dunia. Angka yang membaru langit abu-abu bukan berarti saat yang tepat untuk dirimu merapu. Saat seluruh duniamu runtuh dan sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merentak, jiwa hampa, pedih mata, ambisi entah kemana. Ayo tummy with their legs feeling like a spaghetti. The wind that's blowing between us is bringing that kind of pain out of nowhere. Yeah, kang ingat again just ni nalagi itki temone dalam salami kan cekwa just no pick your happy yoga obsoleta. Gusti takarku ini terang mustika nikmatku. Ayo terus melangkah maju, nampaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasi. We are the innovator. We are the innovator. Saat seluruh duniamu runtuh dan sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merentak, jiwa hampa, pedih mata, ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, nampaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasi. We are the innovator. Aku termenung di bawah mentari, di antara megahnya alam ini, menikmati indahnya kasihmu. Ku rasakan damainya hatiku. bagai air yang mengalir, basahi panas terik di hatiku, menerangi semua jalanku. Ku rasakan tentramnya hatiku. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Bila ku jauh dari dirimu, akan ku tempuh semua perjalanan agar selalu ada dekatmu. Biar ku rasakan lembutnya kasihmu. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia, dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh.
Salam patriot, gagah, berani, tangguh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kalau ingin sukses, kalau ingin sukses, ingin makin sukses, kuliah di Uniwara, kampusnya patriot, dosennya humanis. Uniwara jaya terkemuka, Uniwara terdepan dalam prestasi. Ibu bapak sekalian dan saudara-saudara, kalau kita ingin mencari tempat kuliah, mencari kampus di Pasuruan, STKIP PGRI Pasuruan saat ini sudah tidak ada lagi karena sudah bermetamorfosis menjadi universitas, yaitu Universitas PGRI Wiranegara atau disingkat Uniwara. Uniwara ini lahir tahun 2020 ini bersamaan dengan COVID-19 yang menyebar di seluruh dunia. Insya Allah Uniwara juga akan mendunia, tidak kalah dengan COVID-19. Saudara sekalian, bahwa Universitas Wiranegara ini akan bertekad menjadi universitas yang terkemuka, menjadi universitas yang terdepan dalam prestasi di berbagai bidang, baik itu dosennya maupun mahasiswanya, akan semuanya berprestasi mewujudkan menjadi universitas yang terkemuka insya Allah dan akan mendunia. Universitas PGRI Wiranegara ini memiliki harapan ke depan yang ingin membawa mahasiswa, ingin mengantarkan mahasiswa untuk meraih cita-citanya yang tinggi dengan mempersiapkan sebagai generasi bangsa, sebagai patriot bangsa ini, sebagai pejuang dalam kehidupan ini, memiliki karakter, paling tidak 7 karakter yang harus dimiliki. 7 karakter itu, yang pertama adalah jujur. Jujur itu adalah bekal penting karena akan menyelamatkan dia dunia akhirat. Yang kedua, disiplin. Disiplin ini sebagai karakter yang diperlukan ketika seseorang itu bekerja. Dibutuhkan kedisiplinan. Yang ketiga, kerjasama. Kita sekarang tidak bisa lagi bekerja sendiri, harus bekerja sama dengan pihak lain dalam mencapai tujuan. Yang keempat, tanggung jawab. Sebagai wujud kita terhadap konsekuensi keputusan tindakan yang kita lakukan, maka tanggung jawab adalah mutlak bagi kita. Yang kelima ini adalah visioner. Ke depan, berpikir ke depan, mewujudkan di masa yang akan datang lebih baik. Yang keenam adalah adil. Sebagai pemimpin harus bijaksana, harus berbuat adil. Perilaku adil itu dibutuhkan bagi masyarakat, bagi orang-orang yang dipimpin. Yang ketujuh adalah peduli. Sebagai sifat sosial, peduli kepada lingkungannya, peduli sesamanya, peduli kepada orang lain dalam memberikan bantuan-bantuan. Ibu, Bapak, dan saudara-saudara sekalian, setelah STKIP berubah menjadi universitas, yaitu Universitas PGRI Wiranegara, maka mandat yang diberikan oleh pemerintah itu menjadi lebih besar lagi, menjadi lebih berat lagi, lebih luas lagi. Sebagai pusat pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi serta seni, yang hasilnya sebagai penghasil prototipe sebuah produk yang akan bermanfaat bagi kesejahteraan umat manusia, bagi kesejahteraan warga masyarakat, bangsa dan negara Indonesia. Salam patriot, gagah, berani, tangguh, Uniwara Jaya terkemuka. Uniwara Jaya terkemuka. Apa tekad kita? Terdepan dalam prestasi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the International Conference on Language Education and Social Science held by Universitas PGRI Wiranegara. Well, right now we are on the third section of the plenary session with the fourth speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Aziz, MAG. Are you there, sir? Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Aziz?
Yes, Alhamdulillah, I am here. I am ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Aziz got his professor degree on 2004 and he is a lecturer in Universitas Islam Negeri Islam Negeri Sunan Ampel, Surabaya. Okay, he is teaching in the Faculty of Dakwah and Komunikasi UINSA with the field study of Dakwah. He wrote many books and his latest book launched in 2021 with the title Doa-Doa Kesembuhan dan Mutiara Penyemangat. He is also got the award of Dosen Teladan Nasional in 2004 and 2007. Good day, sir. How are you today?
Fine, thank you. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. You have 30 minutes to present your presentation entitled Revisiting Religious Moderation in Indonesia, Its Idealism, Trend of Study, and Challenge in Digital Era. Time is yours.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin.
I'm sorry, sir, for the presentation. Would you like to?
Yeah, I think it's better that you
operator?
present the picture, please.
Okay, the operator.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa mawalah amma ba'du. Dear participants and all presenters in this seminar, international seminar on language, education, and social science, held by our best university, the University of Innovators, the University of Innovators, as stated by our president of this university. Yeah, I would like to present the research, the result of research about religious moderation in Indonesia. You know that. Okay, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Threats of social harmony. Now we are happy that we live in Indonesia with social harmony, with great social harmony. But we have to understand that some threats of this social harmony. Radicalism is one of big issues in Indonesia. Yeah, radicalism is one of big issues in Indonesia. But I think not only in Indonesia, but in other countries, And then radicalists use doctrine of religion as in this era with their reason and motive. So they did radicalism, and they said that it is based by the teaching of religion. Radicalism develops rapidly in Indonesia. not only in civil society, but only in a month ago, I was invited by the office of police. The police said that some policemen now followed this radicalism, and some of them was dismissed by police because of this radicalism. Indonesian government and people of Indonesia consider it as a threat of social harmony and unity of the Republic of Indonesia. Scholars on religious study try to give enlightening of moderatism in religious doctrine. I'm sorry, there are some misspelling here. I don't know why. So scholars on religious study or the priest of Islam try to give enlightenment of moderatism in religious doctrine, to face the development of radicalism. Please, next, please. Okay. The radicalists use social media to spread their ideology. The scholars and ulama or religious leaders or the priests of Islam use the same media to spread moderatism in religious thought against radicalism ideology. But radicalists use this media more effective than us, more effective and widely spread more than we did, in spreading moderatism in religious thoughts against radicalism ideology. This research that I have done by revisiting the media, the social media here, revisiting the social media, focused on how the discussion of religious moderatism in Indonesia is. Jadi, you know that moderatism, radicalism spread in social media, and also the discussion of religious moderatism is also spread, published in social media. So now I try to get information more about how the discussion of religious moderatism in Indonesia by social media. Next, please. Research method, framing analysis and content analysis, and we use Google Scholar as source, because I think it is valid source, valid source to get this information, not from other source. So in this research, we only use Google Scholar here as the only source, because I think that this is the valid source, not false, not false source. Okay, next, please. Number of researchers, scholars ulama and people of Indonesia are very interested, very interested, alhamdulillah, very interested in the discussion of religious moderatism. So people of Indonesia, ulama, scholars, students, many institutions are very interested in the discussion of religious moderatism, because you know that radicalism is very dangerous for the future of our nation. I found that 859 studies done in Indonesia. 859 studies, research done in Indonesia, including by 75 professors. 75 professors researching, doing the research of this in the subject. But only a few of them studied the challenges of the moderatism in Indonesia. Only a few, but others, most of them are discussing the threats and how and what is radicalism and what is moderatism and so on. Next, please. Okay. I want the conclusion that term religious moderation. Religious moderation is in bahasa Indonesia moderasi agama. Moderasi agama. I translate here, religious moderation was often misunderstood. Misunderstood. There are misspelling here because I sent not by PDF. Religious moderation was often misunderstood. So I propose another term, religious moderatism or moderatism in religious thought. In bahasa Indonesia, moderasi agama. Moderasi agama is very dangerous, dangerous, because it is something that we change the doctrine of Islam here. The doctrine of Islam change to another doctrine that more moderate. But the next term, the last term, the religious moderatism or moderatisms in religious thought, I will read. The first term was understood as moderating the doctrine of religion. And the last term that I propose here mean the way people understand and practice of religions. So there is no changes in the doctrine, just how to understand and practice religion is better. That give support the social harmony, not corrupts the situation of the atmosphere of social harmony, and it is more acceptable. It is more acceptable. You know that religious moderation, some people, some scientists, some Muslims, some Muslims, especially fundamentalism people, reject this term because they think that religion will be changed by the need of the need of atmosphere today. Okay, next please. Conclusion number 2. The trend of 859 research on religious moderatism were classified into 7 categories. Number 1, the concepts, the principles, the multi-perspectives, the values, the education, literacy, and mainstreaming, the number 6, the implementation, and number 7, the multi-context of religious moderation. Okay, yeah. I still sometimes I use this term. Yeah, sometimes I use religious moderation, and in other case, I use I use the term religious moderatism, yeah, because you know that that's the term I propose here. I don't know it is accepted by the participant or not. Okay, and then the most prominent trend of this research was on category 5. Yeah. The most prominent trend on this research here are on category 5, education, literacy, and mainstreaming religious moderatism. Okay, next, conclusion number 3. There are 3 challenges of religious moderatism. Yeah, there are 3 challenges of religious moderatism. Number 1, the existence of conservative groups which showed a lot of resistance toward many religious organizations and or the FKUB, Forum Komunikasi Umat Beragama. Yeah, the forum of communication of leaders of various religions. Yeah, there are some conservative group. Yeah, conservative group that resist, showed a lot of resistance toward religious moderatism, sponsored by, for example, religious organizations like Nahdlatul Ulama or Muhammadiyah or FKUB, Forum Komunikasi Umat Beragama, the Forum of Communication of Leaders of Various Religion. Next. This is the challenge number 2, the genealogical radicalism, the transnational radicalism, and socio-political economic factors faced by millennial generation. Yeah, number 2. Number 3, the truth claims of fundamentalism. Again, I read once more. The truth claims of fundamentalism people and the arrogance in showing their textual comprehension, thoughts, exclusiveness, and behaviors for implementing the new normal policies during COVID-19. You know that during COVID-19, yeah, several months ago, when most people didn't go to mosque, yeah, didn't go to mosque for praying together, and some fundamentalists, yeah, said that one who do not go to the mosque, yeah, because of the threat of COVID, he is not Muslim anymore, because she still believes that the mosque is the place where disease spread, while they believe that there is no spread of disease in the mosque, because mosque is a sacred place. So Allah will guard, Allah will protect all people who do prayers in a mosque here, protect from all disease. When for example, I discuss with them, I showed that there is one or two people that are got COVID-19. They said that no, they didn't get the virus here in the mosque, but outside the mosque that they bring to the mosque, not by the mosque, like this. Yeah. So during COVID-19 here, they showed the arrogance that they truth claim. They think that the board of ulama in Indonesia, the board of Muslim press Indonesia, did not understand about the determination of God, of Allah, and they themselves only that know about they understand about the determination of God. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is the research and the conclusion that I can present in this time, in this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Muhammad Ali Aziz. Okay, dear participants, if you have questions, you can raise hand on your Zoom application, or you can type your question in the chat box in Zoom application. Okay, while waiting for the question from the online participants, sir, we have questions from the offline participants. The question is, how can we avoid the radicalism doctrine in university, in campus, among students?
Okay. Should I answer directly?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Yeah. I think it is I think it is the most interesting, the most interesting question, because someone who asked this understand the spread of radicalism here in university is rapidly more than outside the campus, especially in the University of Techniques. Yeah, there's of the techniques. Yeah. I can say this because I was often invited by the University of Technique. Yeah, you know that some of them like radicalism more than moderation, because they said that radicalism is based on Al-Quran, that Al-Quran is white and black doctrine, so it is clear. But rather moderation is not clear, yeah, between black and white, like that. Yeah. And then the question is how to avoid. Yeah. I think the student, I think you have to remember that you are, as our rector said, yeah, you are the leader of the future. Yeah, you are the innovators of Indonesian development later. So you have to study your discipline of your major, the books, and then if you read the books, or you read or open the visit some webs, yeah, just please check and recheck. Yeah, please and recheck. For example, the book should be written by the ulama, that he is. You can see the history, because you can see the history of biography of each authors here, and then radicalism usually touch, for example, yeah, if the writer or the speaker, for example, used to insult, used to ridicule, yeah, used to insult, used to ridicule the other speakers, the other writers, this is one of indicator that he is one of radicalists. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. This is very interesting question.
That's your answer is also connected with the second question from our offline participants. What is the most typical character of radicalism, so that we are the millennials can avoid and be aware of that activity?
Yeah, as I stated before, that if the speakers, if the writers many times said this is murtad, he is mushrik, for example, he is not Muslim anymore, for example, and we can, for example, we have to kill him, for example, yeah, we have to kill him, and so on. Yeah, this is some indicators that they are not in the group of people that has moderatism in the religion. Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Okay, thank you, Prof. Well, for the audiences, the participants of this conference, if you have questions to Professor Dr. Ali Aziz, you can raise hand on your Zoom application or type your question. While waiting for the questions, Prof, maybe you can give us a brief description of your title, the religious moderatism. What is it? Maybe some
Yeah,
of the participants still confused or still it's hard for them to comprehend the terms of religious moderatism. You can explain more, Prof?
yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Actually, moderatism in Islam, yeah, religious moderatism in Islam. Another term is introduced by Al-Quran, yeah, introduced by Al-Quran. Ummata wasato. So, Majelis Ulama Indonesia, the board of priests of Muslim in Indonesia, yeah, said not use Islam wasatiyah, in the middle, in between radicalism and moderatism. So in between, yeah, in between like this, Islam wasatiyah, and also religious moderatism here is the like this, yeah. For example, oh, I like the differences. Not we have to ask people to follow our opinion, not to follow our opinion. So, for example, this is forbidden in Islam, and then the other people said this is unforbidden. This is allowed in Islam. So we have to honor those differences. Not saying like this. This is forbidden, and anyone who did this forbidden thing, he is not Muslim anymore. No, like this. Wasatiyah is tengah, jalan tengah, al-mizan. Not wasatiyah, yeah, not only talking the future of hereafter, but only talk about the happiness in this world, not only physically but spiritually. Yeah, so both of them. This is some doctrine of moderatism in religion or religious thought. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. We have question from Dr. Eta Mamang. You operator, maybe you can pin Dr. Eta.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready with the question, sir, Dr. Eta?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pak Profesor Muhammad Ali, yang terhormat, gitu ya. Saya pakai bahasa Indonesia saja.
Iya, tidak apa-apa, Pak. Abang saya orang Jawa. Ya, saya ini moderat. Bahasa Jawa ya iya, bahasa Inggris ya.
Ya, tentang radikalisme itu selalu menarik gitu.
Betul, Pak. Betul.
Tetapi kita juga harus tetap kritis bahwa untuk membiayai proyek mengatasi radikalisme itu, Australia dan Amerika itu ikut membiayai di tengahnya. Jadi harus hati-hati juga. Saya kadang-kadang mikir bahwa tapi saya juga mengakui bahwa radikalisme itu ada. Sebagai aktivis organisasi Islam, masa Islam, saya tahu itu, Pak. Ada itu. Saya teringat dengan almarhum Profesor guru saya Kiai Haji Hasim Mujadi,
Profesor Syafi'i Ma'arif ketika dalam diskusi yang sangat menarik di ILC gitu ya. Ketika itu membahas tentang persoalan radikalisme. Akar persoalan utama sesungguhnya radikalisme itu kan persoalan ketidakadilan dan lain sebagainya gitu ya. Malah Pak Syafi'i Ma'arif waktu itu menyatakan bahwa Pancasila kita itu memang falsafah negara yang dikagumi oleh banyak negara gitu. Tetapi yang terjadi itu justru penganaktirian terhadap aplikasi keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Gitu. Jadi itu gitu ya. Lalu yang kedua, almarhum Pak Hasyim Mujadi, Kiai Haji Hasyim Mujadi pernah menyatakan begini. Persoalan kemiskinan dan persoalan keadilan itu ibarat rumput kering gitu ya. Jadi kena rumput kering maka dia gampang sekali dibakar gitu. Setelah dibakar dia bisa membakar apa saja gitu. Oleh karena itu pemerintah memang sangat perlu gitu ya. Sangat perlu untuk membangun keadilan sosial bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia sehingga orang kalau sudah merasa adil gitu itu tidak akan tergoda untuk melakukan hal-hal yang bersifat ekstremis. Beda memang misalnya kasus bom Bali dan lain sebagainya itu memang mereka menjadi ekstrim karena dibentuk di luar bukan di dalam. Tapi saya menduga banyak faktor variabel yang berpengaruh terjadi ekstremisme di dalam itu justru persoalan-persoalan sekitar ketidakadilan sosial, ketidakadilan hukum dan lain sebagainya itu. Ya, kasus terakhir misalnya persoalan Irjen Sambo ini luar biasa gitu. Ini sebagai orang perguruan tinggi kita harus kritis terhadap persoalan ketidakadilan sosial itu. Betapa dia bisa menggerakkan apa saja dan malah terakhir satu pelton di kepolisian itu lalu mendukung banyak kebijakan dia yang salah gitu. Saya hanya berpikir begini, persoalan radikalisme dan sebagainya itu suka atau tidak suka harus melibatkan Nahdlatul Ulama dan Muhammadiyah termasuk organisasi Islam lainnya. Nah, selama ini kan yang isu radikalisme itu kan lebih banyak berkaitan umat Islam, umat lain tidak ada gitu. Di Indonesia terutama gitu. Jadi kalau melibatkan Nahdlatul Ulama dan Muhammadiyah tentu saja mereka lebih paham agama dengan semangat Islam wasatiyahnya itu. Lalu bisa bisa mengatasi masalah tersebut gitu ya. Karena problem ekstremisme lalu radikalisme itu kan variabel-variabel penyebabnya itu kan bukan satu saja, bisa saja macam-macam. Oleh karena itu memang harus lebih bijak, lebih kritis, dan ujung-ujungnya itu kan kita harus menghasilkan mereka yang ekstremis itu punya rasa cinta kasih, bukan dendam gitu ya. Yang bahaya itu misalnya kita mengatasi ekstremitas, tetapi sikap kita mengatasinya sangat itu justru menimbulkan dendam. Dan dendam itu yang menurut almarhum Pak Hasyim Mujadi yang saya senang sekali mendengar ceramah beliau itu, dia bilang itu ibarat rumput kering itu, jadi dia bisa membakar apa saja dan terjadi di mana-mana. Alhamdulillah di Indonesia masih ada NU dan Muhammadiyah. Yang menurut saya kalau menurut Gus Baha itu kalau ikut dua itu insya Allah aman gitu ya, aman gitu ya.
Betul.
Dan menurut saya pemerintah perlu didorong untuk lebih banyak mengajak kedua organisasi besar ini untuk melakukan mencari jalan keluar untuk mengatasi radikalisme. Tetapi yang jauh lebih penting Pak untuk mengatasi persoalan radikalisme itu adalah persoalan ketidakadilan. Persoalan tidak ada bidang ekonomi, dalam bidang hukum dan sebagainya. Sekarang ini misalnya kasus harga minyak goreng naik begitu tinggi, tapi di sisi lain saya ini orang dokter ekonomi Pak. Di sisi lain lalu para taipan lalu mendapatkan keuntungan banyak sekali dari bisnis bomb oil, bisnis minyak goreng gitu. Tapi di sisi lain rakyat itu membeli itu sulit gitu, karena memang duitnya nggak ada gitu. Hal-hal semacam ini kalau pemerintah tidak peka, maka yang terjadi nanti yang menjadi sumber-sumber radikalisme yang baru gitu. Termasuk sekarang lagi ada isu-isu misalnya ada rencana kenaikan BBM dan lain sebagainya gitu ya. Itu juga harus hati-hati. Dalam teori ilmu makro itu ada istilah namanya trade off gitu ya. Jadi pemerintah harus paham betul trade off itu ibarat kalau mau makan bapak mati tidak makan ibu mati. Jika mengambil kebijakan itu harus hati-hati. Kalau tidak itu akan memicu disharmoni sosial di mana-mana. Kita tidak ingin itu terjadi gitu ya. Kita ingin teman tentram, semua kebijakan itu diambil dengan cara yang bijak, tidak ada rasa saling memusuhi. Kalau ada orang radikal, jadi datangi dan dibenahi. Contoh yang menarik, Prof. Ustadz Bakir itu, Ustadz Abu Bakar Basir selama ini kan tidak pernah mengagumi pemerintah, tapi kemarin saya tidak tahu siapa yang mendekati gitu ya. Terakhir 17 Agustus di pondok pesantrennya itu ada upacara bendera di sana. Orang-orang yang bisa melembutkan hati orang-orang keras dalam beragama itu penting dihadirkan dalam negeri. Jadi tidak sekedar kata Pak Hashim Mujadi, orang Islam itu kalau agamanya, masjidnya, nabinya, kalau itu sudah dihina orang, maka mereka berani mati gitu. Jadi tidak dengan cara sekarang masuk ke masjid, sepatu injak karpet gitu ya, lain sebagainya, itu tidak boleh gitu. Jadi cara-cara.
Thank you Pak Eta.
Thank you. Itu Prof.
Thank you for sharing, Dr. Eta.
Profesor juga berpikir seperti saya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you very much our Director of Postgraduate Studies, ya Pak Sangaji. I agree, saya setuju dengan Bapak. It is true ya, betul bahwa Amerika ya. I have some students and I also visited Toronto and I was imam there. I was imam of prayer, imam taraweh there in Toronto, in California and Ottawa. They have a big project ya. Ada proyek besar Pak ya, itu untuk membuat orang itu berpandangan moderat, karena moderat itu nanti menguntungkan, mengurangi tingkat ancaman mereka, toh, Pak. Tapi mereka kecewa bahwa ternyata moderatisme kita itu adalah moderatis dalam tata cara pemahaman, bukan agamanya yang dirubah gitu. Jadi kita tetap kritis kepada Amerika, kepada siapapun, jangankan Amerika, orang Sambo pun kita kritisi kalau memang tidak benar. Begitu Pak. Oleh karena itu kita hati-hati bahwa perubahan itu tidak harus seluruhnya itu harus menguntungkan pemahaman Islam yang benar. Kemudian kemiskinan, betul itu. Kita kan belum meneliti Pak ya, kenapa jumlah orang-orang yang ikut teroris ya Pak ya, teroris yang di daerah-daerah, di provinsi-provinsi yang kemiskinannya tinggi itu sejauh ini kan lebih banyak. Apakah itu satu variabel atau enggak, belum kita lihat ya. Tapi yang jelas kalau orang itu punya hutang banyak, di koperasi banyak, belum ada bayar, kemudian ini diberitahu masuk surga dan seluruh hutangnya itu dibebaskan, seneng itu Pak Direktur, seneng itu. Seneng itu. Sudah nyaur susah, ini ada berita dibebaskan dan masuk surga. Ya ini langsung aja istrinya, anaknya, cucunya, ayahnya, suaminya semuanya jamaah masuk surga, supaya tidak ada yang ketinggalan tidak masuk surga begitu. Nah, tapi itu begini juga, apakah mengikuti aliran radikalis itu karena hanya faktor itu juga masih belum kita teliti gitu. Karena apa? Banyak orang-orang yang contoh ini Pak Sangaji. Saya kemarin itu diundang di sekolah yang sangat mahal, sekolah SD SMP mahal, uang masuknya 60 juta, kemudian SPP-nya 6 juta, SD SMP itu. Nah, mereka sudah sejahtera Pak, sejahtera. Itu anaknya tidak boleh ikut upacara bendera. Nah, ini
ya pemahaman agama yang
nah itu ini makanya ini ya, itu anaknya tidak boleh ikut upacara bendera karena itu sesat katanya itu. Seperti itulah, seperti itu. Jadi ada beberapa hal pemahaman. Kadang-kadang orang yang sejahtera itu sudah karena sudah sejahtera, maka yang dipikir itu yang enggak, yang aneh-aneh yang dipikir-pikir gitu. Itu seperti itu. Saya kaget juga bahwa ini di sekolah yang sebagian ternyata ada beberapa anak yang bahkan itu diajak studi bagaimana worship of Christian people, bagaimana beribadahnya orang-orang Kristen, itu mereka nggak boleh juga, itu haram katanya, masuk mau menginjakkan kakinya di gereja, najis katanya. Nah inilah yang perlu kita lakukan. Nah, ini, ya, saya kira begitu Pak Direktur yang sangat saya muliakan. Saya sepaham bahwa gini ini memang berat. Tapi saya secara rutin bersama dengan Ali Fauzi yang mantan pengebom itu untuk duduk bersama di Polda untuk, dan mereka sudah punya banyak orang-orang yang ingin kembali kepada NKRI yang seperti itu. Kita sudah banyak sekali, bahkan yang di Nusa Kambangan dan sebagainya itu ya dengan pendekatan mereka kebanyakan ya salah paham karena gurunya hanya itu ya. They have only their own teacher and they never studied Islam from other teacher. They never read a book other than their own book, their own book. And they do not read tafsir, interpretation of Al-Quran done by Ibnu Kathir, for example, and other popular priest, popular ulama, sheikh, scientists in Islam, but they by their own interpretation. And they like to read, for example, Surah At-Taubah, Surah Al-Anfal. That is Surah, chapter of Al-Quran that talks much about war, talk more about other interpretation that bring us to be radikalis. Dan berpikir radikalis itu sebetulnya tidak apa-apa. Yang kita bicarakan itu adalah radikal kalau sudah mengarah pada kekerasan. Gitu. Kalau berpikir filsafat ya harus radikal. Kalau kita punya keyakinan ya harus radikal. Kita harus radikal. Tetapi radikal tapi tetap santun seperti dikatakan as said by the third Khalif of Islam, Sayyidina Ali radhiyallahu an. He said that every Muslim should have firm belief, but they have to make friendly relation with other people like that. Begitu Pak Direktur ya. Masih mudah-mudahan tidak puas Pak Direktur sehingga bisa ketemu lagi. Ya. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much.
We
Yeah.
have one more participant who is raising hand. Ibu Putri Ayu.
Okay. Ibu Putri Ayu. Okay.
Yes, you can have your question.
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam, Bu Putri.
Iya. Saya tertarik tadi Prof telah berkunjung ke sebuah sekolah yang mematahkan ternyata bukan karena ketidakadilan secara ekonomi begitu ya Prof ya. Di situ sekolah menengah ke atas gitu ya. Betul. Nah, yang saat ini sedang marak gitu, yang sedang hype, yaitu profil pelajar Pancasila. Yang kebetulan isunya kami angkat di Icless ini. Yang ingin saya sharingkan dengan Prof, dengan profil pelajar Pancasila, di hasil di papernya Prof Ali, di situ ternyata yang paling dominan gitu ya Prof dari 7 itu yaitu kategori kelima, education, literasi, and mainstreaming gitu ya. Apakah menurut Prof Ali dengan kebijakan visi pendidikan yang nantinya peserta didik atau murid gitu ya di seluruh Indonesia nantinya diinginkan akhirnya mereka punya profil pelajar Pancasila yang salah satu dimensinya adalah berakhlak mulia, beriman, dan bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Nah, setujukah Prof Ali dengan tujuan pendidikan Indonesia saat ini dan how to educate our student dengan keberagaman dan moderasi agama, karena saya pikir moderasi beragama itu tidak melihat dari sudut pandang sebuah agama gitu ya Prof ya,
Betul.
multi agama. Mohon sharingnya Prof.
Ya.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Ya, program apa saja ya, namanya pelajar Pancasila atau revolusi mental atau apa saja lah, pokoknya itu nama itu tidak penting ya. Yang penting kalau membentuk manusia yang bagus, yang beriman ya, yang beriman dan beragama, yang beriman dan berakhlak. Ini dua itu. Berakhlak tapi tidak beragama itu banyak loh Bu ya. Kalau Ibu mau membuka situs-situs yang orang anti agama di Indonesia ini luar biasa. Tadi saya membuka ini anggotanya sudah ribuan ini, kelompok anti agama. Karena mereka itu kecewa bahwa agama itu justru menimbulkan konflik di antara itu. Pemahaman agama itu menjadi pemicu. Akhirnya kemudian kalau begitu lebih baik tidak perlu beragama, tapi yang penting menghargai orang, menyemangati orang, dan pikiran-pikiran itu luar biasa, sangat terjaga. You know that the number of atheists in America, in United States of America, more than the development of the number of Islam. Some people said that Islam increased rapidly in United States of America. Yes, but the increase of the number of atheists is more. Ya, itu kekecewaan. Saya dulu pernah jadi imam di Teheran juga, ya, di Teheran. Saya 4 Ramadan lah saya di sana. Itu juga begitu. Jadi banyak orang-orang itu yang menjadi ateis karena kecewa bahwa mereka selama itu menganggap mullah the priest of Islam there itu sebagai tokoh yang hebat, tetapi kok mereka itu ternyata perilakunya mengecewakan. Nah, seperti itu ya, seperti itu. Jadi, ya bagaimana kita mendidik mereka? Kita paling tidak memberikan dasar-dasar yang jelas. Ya. Dasar-dasar yang jelas. Kalau kita sumber informasi, kita selalu kalah dengan media sosial. Dulu Bu ya. If we talk about environment, for example, ya, men are formed by the environment. Many years ago, we talk about environment is where we live. For example, we live in Pasuruan. We talk about environment is in Pasuruan. But now the environment, you know that Europe, European people is our environment. Every day we can see the behavior of, for example, African people, African behavior, African habit, African culture, and so on. Every day comes to our room, comes to our table. Ya, jadi environment seperti itu kita akan kewalahan. Maka iman juga, ya, tanamkan iman sedini mungkin, kemudian contoh yang bagus, kemudian diperkenalkan akhlak-akhlak itu ya sekuat mungkin, kalah atau menang kita terus jalan, dan negara ini nanti akan menjadi kacau kalau nanti kemudian yang berkuasa adalah radikalis. Itu bagaimana kemudian itu pikiran-pikiran yang borderless country, jadi sudah nggak ada batas negara, itu tidak ada. Pimpinan ya is only one in the world. Not every nation, not every country has their own leader. Nah, itu kan sudah susah, Bu, sudah seperti itu. Susah seperti itu. Tapi terima kasih Bu bertanya, mengingatkan kita the importance of character, the importance of belief for our future of Indonesia, our future of our offspring. Saya kira begitu. Terima kasih Bu.
Okay, thanks, Prof.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's a very deep discussion, yeah, in this session. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Aziz. And let me conclude this section of discussion that the challenge of digital era is not only against the technology, but also against the mind and character of
Good.
the people. Is it true, sir?
Yes, Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor, for the time and the presentation. I hope that we can meet offline in Uniwara.
Inshallah, why not? Okay, I visit Europe and United States. Why not Pasuruan?
Why not Pasuruan? Yes, we will
Ah,
be waiting for your coming. Thank you very much. And thank you
you
very
are
much
welcome.
for all the participants here and also online in the Zoom application. That's all from me as the moderator. I'm Dia Anita. Thank you for today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, for the plenary session is finished. So it is the time for us, for the presenters participants, to have the time to the breakout room. I'll remind you to click the 4 squares in your Zoom meeting application and please choose your breakout room. There will be 5 breakout rooms with 7 or 8 presenters in it. So please, from now on, it is the preparation to join the breakout rooms. For the non-presenter participants, please join the breakout rooms you have chosen. Thank you. It is 10 minutes for the presenters and the non-presenters participants to join the breakout rooms. And then we meet again in this main room at 3. Yes, around at 3. Have a great discussion in your breakout rooms. Good luck for everyone.
To all the participants who are still in the main room, please directly join the breakout room based on the groups that you have already divided. Is there any names? The participants who are still in the main room, who are they? Banyak ya? Okay, there are still many of you who are still in the main room, so please directly go to the breakout room based on your category of articles. They are participants or presenters? Participants. Participants, you can choose the topics that you are desired to listen to. We have room 1 with the topic language, room 2 education, room 3 finance, room 4 citizenship, and room 5 science, social, religion, and others. So you can pick one of those rooms to join the discussion and to gain more knowledge about those topics. We have 5 breakout rooms, so to all the participants, pick one of the rooms that you are interested to listen to. Go directly to the breakout room. We have still many participants in the main room.
Di antara megahnya alam ini, menikmati indahnya kasih-Mu, ku rasakan damainya hatiku. Sabda-Mu bagai air yang mengalir, basahi panas terik di hatiku, menerangi semua jalanku. Ku rasakan tentramnya hatiku. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya Padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Bila ku jauh dari diri-Mu, akan ku tempuh semua perjalanan agar selalu ada dekat-Mu. Biar ku rasakan lembutnya kasih-Mu. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya Padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya Padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia, dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Ingat semua kenangan indah yang hampir terlupa oleh kita. Menemukan secercah cahaya saat ku kembali ke bumi waras. Jarak sempat menjauhkan, namun itu tak perlu kau hiraukan. Selamat bertemu usia kampusku tercinta. Semoga jarak selama-lamanya mewujudkan cinta jadi yang terkemuka untuk masa depan akhir yang bahagia. Jarak sempat menjauhkan, namun itu tak perlu kau hiraukan. Selamat bertemu usia kampusku tercinta. Semoga jarak selama-lamanya mewujudkan cinta jadi yang terkemuka untuk masa depan akhir yang bahagia. Untuk masa depan akhir yang Mungkin kita terlalu lelah merasakan nikmatnya beban dunia. Angka yang membaru langit abu-abu bukan berarti saat yang tepat untuk dirimu merapu. Saat seluruh duniamu runtuh dan sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merendah, jiwa hampa, pedih mata, ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasimu. Some people cry with their hands on their tummy, with their legs feeling like a spaghetti. The wind that's blowing between us is bringing that kind of pain out of nowhere. Yeah, 각 인간에게는 자신이 늘리기 있기 때문에 다른 사람이 근처과 자신을 비교할 필요가 없으니까. Gusti, tak perlu ingkaran mustikan yang laku. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasimu. We are the innovators. We are the innovators. Saat seluruh duniamu runtuh dan sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merentah, jiwa hampa, pedih mata, ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku.
aku lupa. Ku jatuh cinta. Indah saat bersamamu, indah saat kau temaniku. Sejak kau pergi lepaskan, di situ ku coba untuk relakanmu. Sudah membuatku terluka, denganmu hanya rasakan siksa dirimu. Ku mengerti rasa bertepuk sebelah tangan, cintamu hanyalah sebuah angan. Ku relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia. Menerima semua yang terjadi apabila dirimu beranjak untuk pergi. Jika memang kau bukan yang terbaik untukku, aku ikhlas menerima kepergianmu. Memang diriku bukan yang terindah, setidaknya merasa nyaman pernah ku coba. Lalu apa arti kata menerima, jika kita masih bisa kembali semula. Kembali tuh semula, tapi semua percuma. Ku merasakan sakit dalam waktu cukup lama. Setelah ku berpikir semua pantas berakhir, rasa yang pernah terukir tak akan lagi hadir. Untuk apa berjuang bila cintaku dibagi? Begitu menyakitkan, kisah dulu terulang lagi. Ku jawab apa semua masih bisa terulang. Dalam cinta sesaat yang tak lama akan hilang. Ku relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia. Ku relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia. Ku relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia.
Mungkin kita terlalu lelah merasakan nikmatnya beban dunia. Angka yang membaru langit abu-abu bukan berarti saat yang tepat untuk dirimu merapu. Saat seluruh duniamu runtuh dan sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merentak, jiwa hampa, pedih mata, ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasi. Some people cry with their hands on their tummy, with their legs feeling like a spaghetti. The wind that's blowing between us is bringing that kind of pain out of nowhere. Yeah, keingat again just ni nalagi itki temone dalam salami kanca kuat just no pick your happy yoga obsoleta. Gusti takar kui ingkaran mustika ning laku. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalan dan sayapmu tak lagi utuh. Semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merentak, jiwa hampa, pedih mata, ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasi. We are the innovators. Mengingat semua kenangan indah yang hampir terlupa oleh kita, menemukan secercah cahaya saat ku kembali ke bumi wara. Jarak sempat menjauhkan, namun itu tak perlu kau hiraukan. Selamat bertemu usia kampusku tercinta. Semoga jaya selalu namanya, mewujudkan cita jadi yang terkemuka untuk masa depan akhir yang bahagia. Jarak sempat menjauhkan, namun itu tak perlu kau hiraukan. Selamat bertemu usia kampusku tercinta. Semoga jaya selalu namanya, mewujudkan cita jadi yang terkemuka untuk masa depan akhir yang bahagia. Untuk masa depan akhir yang bahagia.
Koordinasi KM itu. Mau minta tanda tangan, Han. Ya udah, kalau saya kesini. Yang ini. Kak kesini paling. Ini yang ini.
pejamkan mata, kau buat aku lupa. Ku jatuh cinta. Indah saat bersamamu, indah saat kau temaniku. Sejak kau pergi lepaskan, di situ ku coba untuk relakanmu. Sudah membuatku terluka, denganmu hanya rasakan siksa dirimu. Ku mengerti rasa bertepuk sebelah tangan, cintamu hanyalah sebuah angan. Relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia. Menerima semua yang terjadi apabila dirimu beranjak untuk pergi. Jika memang kau bukan yang terbaik untukku, aku ikhlas menerima kepergianmu. Memang diriku bukan yang terindah, setidaknya merasa nyaman pernah ku coba. Lalu apa arti kata menerima, jika kita masih bisa kembali semula. Kembali tuh semula, tapi semua percuma. Ku merasakan sakit dalam waktu cukup lama. Setelah ku berpikir semua pantas berakhir, rasa yang pernah terukir tak akan lagi hadir. Untuk apa berjuang bila cintaku dibagi, begitu menyakitkan, kisah dulu terulang lagi. Ku jawab apa semua masih bisa terulang, dalam cinta sesaat yang tak lama akan hilang. Ku relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia. Ku relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia. Ku relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia.
Aku termenung di bawah mentari, di antara megahnya alam ini, menikmati indahnya kasihmu. Ku rasakan damainya hatiku. Sabdamu bagai air yang mengalir, basahi panas terik di hatiku, menerangi semua jalanku. Ku rasakan tentramnya hatiku. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh. tempuh semua perjalanan agar selalu ada dekatmu, biar ku rasakan lembutnya kasihmu. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi. Jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi. Jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi. Jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh.
Tapi kamu tahu ini tak pecah dulu.
Mengingat semua kenangan indah yang hampir terlupa oleh Mungkin kita terlalu lelah merasakan nikmatnya beban dunia. Angka yang membaru langit abu-abu bukan berarti saat yang tepat untuk dirimu merapu. Saat seluruh duniamu runtuh dan sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merentak, jiwa hampa, beri mata ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasimu. Some people cry with their hands on their tummy, with their legs feeling like a spaghetti. The one that's blowing between us is bringing that kind of pain out of nowhere. Yeah, keingat again just ni lagi itki temone dan salami kencegah just no pick your happy yoga obsoleta. Gusti sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merentak, jiwa hampa, beri mata ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasi. We are the innovator. Mengingat semua kenangan indah yang hampir terlupa oleh kita, menemukan secercah cahaya saat ku kembali ke Uniwara. Jarak sempat menjauhkan,
pejamkan mata, kau buat aku lupa. Ku jatuh cinta. Indah saat bersamamu, indah saat kau temaniku. Sejak kau pergi lepaskan, di situ ku coba untuk relakanmu. Sudah membuatku terluka, denganmu hanya rasakan siksa dirimu. Ku mengerti rasa bertepuk sebelah tangan, cintamu hanyalah sebuah angan. Relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia. Menerima semua yang terjadi apabila dirimu beranjak untuk pergi. Jika memang kau bukan yang terbaik untukku, aku ikhlas menerima kepergianmu. Memang diriku bukan yang terindah, setidaknya merasa nyaman pernah ku coba. Lalu apa arti kata menerima, jika kita masih bisa kembali semula. Kembali untuk semula, tapi semua percuma. Ku merasakan sakit dalam waktu cukup lama. Setelah ku berpikir semua pantas berakhir, rasa yang pernah terukir tak akan lagi hadir. Untuk apa berjuang bila cintaku dibagi, begitu menyakitkan, kisah dulu terulang lagi. Ku jawab apa semua masih bisa terulang, dalam cinta sesaat yang tak lama akan hilang. Ku relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia. Ku relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia. Ku relakan kau pergi, jangan pernah kembali. Cinta menggores hati, jangan kembali lagi. Sudah ku ikhlaskan kau dengannya, sudah ku ikhlaskan dan semoga bahagia.
Mengingat semua kenangan indah yang hampir terlupa oleh kita, menemukan secercah cahaya saat ku kembali ke Uniwara. Jarak sempat menjauhkan, namun itu tak perlu kau hiraukan. Selamat bertemu usia kampusku tercinta. Semoga jaya selalu Rasakan nikmatnya beban dunia, angka yang membaru langit abu-abu. Bukan berarti saat yang tepat untuk dirimu merapu. Saat seluruh duniamu runtuh dan sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merentak, jiwa hampa, pedih mata, ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasimu. Some people cry with their hands on their tummy, with their legs feeling like a spaghetti. The wind that's blowing between us is bringing that kind of pain out of nowhere. Yeah, 각 인간에게는 자신이 늘리기 있기 때문에 다른 사람이 끈적과 자신을 비교할 필요가 없으니까. Sayapmu tak lagi utuh, semuanya terasa terjatuh. Kita menua, bumi merentak, jiwa hampa, pedih mata, ambisi entah kemana. Ayo terus melangkah maju, menapaki jalanan yang berliku. Belajar dari kesalahan masa lalu untuk mewujudkan inovasi. We are the innovators.
The Honorable Dr. Sugeng Pratikto, MPD, the head Pigari Pasuruan. The Honorable Dr. Daryono, MPD, Director of Pigari Waranegara University. Excellency, the Vice Rector, the Faculty Deans, the Magister Director, the Head of Study Programs. Respectable Mr. Muftahul Munir, MPDE, the Head of STET Pigari Pasuruan. Respectable, the keynote speakers. Unforgettable, all the presenters and the participants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the closing ceremony for today's event. Firstly, I would like to thank all of the keynote speakers, participant committee for their hard work today. To close the international conference, let me invite Mr. Dr. Fuad, MPD, the Vice Rector, to have the closing speech. For Mr. Fuad, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang saya hormati Ketua PPLP PGRI Pasuruan, Dr. Haji Sugeng Pradipto MPD, beserta Sekretaris PPLP PGRI Pasuruan, Dr. Andes Praminto MPD, jajaran pengawas PPLP PGRI Pasuruan, Dr. Haja Dies Nurhayati MPD, dan Dr. Anda Ayumaya Damayanti MPD. Yang saya hormati Rektor Universitas PGRI Wiranegara, Dr. Daryono MPD, Ibu Wakil Rektor 2 Nini Suryati Ningsih MPD, dan Ibu Wakil Rektor 3 Martini Ningsih MPD. Yang saya hormati Bapak Direktur Pasca Sarjana Dr. Eta Mamang MPD, Dekan Fakultas Pedagogi dan Psikologi Dr. Yudi Harirayanto MPD, Dekan Fakultas Teknologi dan Sains Muhammad Hengki Riawan MT MM, serta Ketua STIT PGRI Pasuruan Miftahul Munir MPDI selaku pelaksana kegiatan dan anggaran konferensi internasional ini. Yang saya hormati pula seluruh jajaran organ di Universitas PGRI Wiranegara, keynote speakers, presenter, dan peserta konferensi internasional sekaligus yang berbahagia dan diberkahi oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Serta tidak lupa seluruh panitia yang sudah cukup luar biasa dalam menyukseskan penyelenggaraan konferensi ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala karena atas ridhonya kegiatan konferensi internasional ini dapat terselenggara dengan baik. Kegiatan ini merupakan salah satu wujud rencana operasional dan rencana kerja dan anggaran RKA Uniwara 2021-2022 dalam meningkatkan sumber daya manusia dan pengembangan kelembagaan, yang secara khusus pada penyelenggaraan akademik yang berdaya saing, dengan mengusung tema Innovative Research in Digital Area. Konferensi ini juga bekerja sama dengan Atlantis Press dalam hal publikasi dan indeksasinya, yang suatu pencapaian luar biasa di Uniwara ini. Kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk panitia. Bapak, Ibu, dan para hadirin sekalian, saya meyakini acara ini memberikan pengetahuan yang cukup besar bagi insan cendekia yang telah disajikan oleh baik oleh keynote speakers dan para presenter semuanya. Kami, jajaran Universitas PGRI Wiranegara, menyampaikan terima kasih banyak dan memberikan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya pada Bapak Ibu sekalian. Dengan mengucapkan Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, konferensi Icless yang kedua dengan resmi saya nyatakan ditutup. Dan tunggu kehadiran kami selanjutnya dalam acara yang lain dan Icless yang ketiga pada tahun 2024. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to Mr. Fuad for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close this event, let's have a quick picture together to remember this great event. For all the participants, please open your camera so your beautiful faces can be obvious for us. Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more again. Please open up your camera again. Okay. One more, let's take it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of today's international conference. Hopefully, we got all the useful knowledge from this event. See you for the next international conference. held by Universitas BGRI Waranegara. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Aku termenung di bawah mentari, di antara megahnya alam ini, menikmati indahnya kasihmu. Ku rasakan damainya hatiku. Sabdamu bagai air yang mengalir, basahi panas terik di hatiku, menerangi semua jalanku. Ku rasakan tentramnya hatiku. Jangan biarkan damai ini pergi, jangan biarkan semuanya berlalu. Hanya padamu Tuhan tempatku berteduh dari semua kepalsuan dunia. Bila ku jauh dari dirimu, akan ku tempuh semua perjalanan agar selalu ada dekatmu. Biar ku rasakan lembutnya kasihmu. Jangan